All right, jury. All jurors are present.
Thank you. You all may be seated. Does anyone have anything to report to the court? All right, very good. Detective Gibson, you may take the stand again. And Mr. Van Cleef, you may resume whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Thank you, Judge. Well, Detective Gibson, obviously I kind of want to pick up where we left off yesterday, but I think it's probably worth a couple minutes just kind of remind ourselves and look this morning where we did leave off. So just kind of in the timeline of things, we're still on, or I think we ended on the first day of your investigation, right? I think we ended when you were interviewing Mitchell.
Yes, sir. I believe it was.
And so I think on your timeline that you wrote up, I think that's kind of the last thing that you did that day, correct? As far as interviewing Mitchell, that was sort of the conclusion of your investigation that day.
No, sir. I went to the hospital after
That's right. Okay. I'm sorry. You did say that. Yes. I apologize. So, so just to recap where we were, we talked about the fact that you saw Mitchell in the apartment next door, had an initial interaction with him, right?
Yes, sir.
He left, came back about 5 hours later, right?
Yes.
Okay. Then when he came back, you were eventually able to get him to come down to the police station, and that's where you interviewed him for a while, and then you took the photos of his hand. Okay. All right. And I think we talked about the coat and the missing button. You were also able to determine that the missing button from the coat was the same one as the apartment. That's right.
Very similar. Yes, probably was.
Well, I think you told me he admitted to that was.
Yeah. You're right. I'm sorry. You're right.
Yeah. So there was no doubt that was it. But then we talked about the fact he left with the coat, right?
Yes.
Okay. So I think that's where we left off, because you had mentioned you got the coat later on, about 10 days later, I think a search of his place on 11/23. Does that sound about right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So before we talk about that actual search, I want to talk a little bit about what it means to get a search warrant to search somebody's house. Okay. You've done that probably countless times. I probably couldn't even ask you for the exact number, right?
That's correct. Right.
It is a part of law enforcement that is a necessary step during the investigation, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And we have that protection because as law enforcement, you're not allowed to just bust into people's houses whenever you want, right?
No, sir.
You have to have something what's called probable cause, right? And you and I could probably talk for an hour about what probable cause means in the law, right?
Yes, sir.
But to put it basically, you tell me if I'm phrasing this incorrectly. To get a search warrant, you have to show a judge that you have probable cause to believe, and in this instance, that evidence may exist in a location, right?
Yes, sir.
Here's the investigation that I've done so far. Here's the evidence that I've gathered so far, and I think there might be more, right?
Correct.
That's kind of a fair way to put it. Again, that's a real simple way to put it, but you know, we're not teaching a law class here. So, so when you do that, the mechanism is you swear out what's called an affidavit.
Yes, sir.
Right. And that is saying, Judge, I swear these things to be true. Here's the steps that I've taken that support my reason to believe that I can go search this residence or car or anything.
Yes.
Right. Okay. And you did that in this case, right? With Mr. Mitchell's apartment. Correct?
Was it me that wrote the warrant? I don't recall. I think
I believe so. Let me pull it out here and
it,
double check. Yeah. I've got a copy of it for you. Will it help if you look at it?
please.
Okay. Let me, I'm going to show you the affidavit. I think I've got the whole thing here, but really all I'm going to be talking about is the affidavit. Okay. It is, yeah. These, may I approach the witness, Judge?
You may.
Okay. these 3 pages, you'll see on the 3rd page, that's actually probably the most important. You'll see your signature there.
Thank you. Yes,
So we'll agree that you went out and scored. Yeah, and that makes sense. At this point, you were investigating Mitchell, right?
Yes.
Okay. So you'll agree with me that you went to a judge. It looks like on actually the same day that you searched the apartment. Looks like it's November 23rd, right? And you did exactly what we talked about, the right thing, which was to kind of outline the evidence as you knew it at that point, and that you thought gave you the ability to get this search warrant, right?
yes, sir.
Okay. And by the way, just so it's not, it just as long as it's clear, and I think it probably is, but you know, when you obtain a search warrant, you're not just getting permission from a judge to go into a place and observe if there's evidence. You're able to take things, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you're able to log evidence, right? Okay. And this is different than a crime scene, because obviously a crime scene, you're collecting evidence from a crime scene. You don't need to, generally speaking, to get a search warrant to do that, right?
Correct.
Right. I mean, you got the beer cans and all that stuff from this divine department. You didn't need a search warrant.
Right.
So this is a warrant to not only search the residence, but also to take evidence if you find anything. Right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. So let's talk a little bit about this actual warrant. And this is on the 3rd page if you want to follow along with me. Next page, I think. Go over the thing. Yeah. So you'll agree with me. These are the steps that you told this judge that you took up to this point that gave you probable cause. Okay. So the first thing is you conducted a canvass of the scene and then you ran into Eugene Mitchell, a fact we already know, right?
Yes.
Okay. And that there was an alcoholic beverage matching that they're basically, you said he had an alcoholic beverage matching what was found at the scene, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. That's something we already talked about yesterday, right?
Correct.
That's something you actually knew back on the 12th, right?
Yes.
Okay. All right. The next thing is, and Judge, I'm sorry, may I take my mask off?
You may.
Oh, thank you. The next thing is you list that Eugene Mitchell approached you and stated that he was with the victim the night prior to the incident, but that he did not touch or kill the victim, right?
Then we approach.
You may.
I'm not going to be able to talk to now. And now I've just got to go with what I do have and see if I can get further.
Understood. But you'll agree with me that when you were talking about the standard it takes to actually take evidence from somebody or investigate somebody through a search warrant, none of those things you needed. You didn't need to hear anything from Ms. Devine. And the interviews that you had with him after the fact where you said you caught him in lies, none of that information is contained in this warrant, right?
And sir, I apologize to you for that. I just missed what you said. Please, can you
I'll
repeat
say
it?
I might have phrased it poorly. So the two things you kind of pointed to is the reason it changed for you 10 days later was one, you had a couple interviews with Mitchell after the fact that he lied to you.
Correct.
Right. And two, that you have not been able to have any communication with Ms. Mitchell, right? Or excuse me, Ms. Devine, right?
Yes.
Okay. But you'll agree with me, you didn't need that information in order to obtain this warrant, right? You went in front of the judge and swore these 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 things. And the judge signed up and said, yes, go search this apartment. Go take whatever evidence you think you need, right?
Yes.
Okay. So in my mind, you could have done that back on November 12th, right?
Yes, I could have. Again, however, I don't know what happened. And it's day one and everything is fresh and brand new.
Understood, but you have a person sitting in front of you on November 12th who admitted to being in the apartment, that you have evidence that he actually, something had happened to cause him to lose a button to be ripped off his coat, and has evidence on his body that matches an injury that you know the victim has, knocking her denture plate out, right?
The denture plate is broken and on the floor. I don't know who knocked it out, sir.
Well, I think I disagree with you because you took pictures of his hand and you testified yesterday that those injuries were consistent with punching somebody in the mouth and getting contact with their teeth, right?
They are consistent with that, but they're also consistent with what Eugene said as he is putting beer cans into these little slots at the liquor store where he's working, putting them in there and cutting his hand.
So wouldn't it be the way to figure out if that was yet another lie? To actually investigate him that day on the 12th? To say, hey, man, I got to get that coat. Hey, man, I got to see if there's any blood or fibers on here. Hey, man, I need to see if you got any scratches on you.
I felt it more important at that point in time to see if I can talk to the victim and get a warrant signed for her forensic exam.
Understood, but and I'm going to move on this in just a second. But the bottom line is, you'll agree with me, is if you had walked out that door and taken these facts to a judge, not only could you probably have gotten a warrant to get that coat right then and there, you could have gotten into his apartment right then and there, right?
Yes.
But we didn't do that until about 11 days later, right?
Correct.
So there were 11 days that any evidence in this case that Mr. Mitchell had is unaccounted for, right?
If he had any, yes.
Right. Like, I mean, if there's a missing TV in this case, you mentioned it in here. If he had that in his apartment the next day, we don't know. We don't know where that TV ended up, right?
Correct. I couldn't find it.
We just know it wasn't there 11 days later.
Correct.
Right. Because I think when you went in there, we'll talk about a little more specifically about what you found. But that was not something you found, right?
No, sir.
Okay. Let me catch back up in my notes here. Well, okay. Now, talking specifically about the search of Eugene Mitchell's apartment, I believe you were there, right? You helped conduct this search.
Yes, I was.
Okay. And sorry, I believe Detective Vance was there as well.
Yes, sir.
Right. And that's not unusual, right? You would have several officers usually responding when you're conducting a search, right?
Correct.
Okay. Sorry. 1 second. If I may approach the witness.
You may.
Could you look through these and tell me if they kind of accurately depict the scene as you saw it when you searched on that day? I'm looking for something, so no rush. Thank you. If I may, Prince Witness again.
You may.
So are this, actually, to be fair, I think one of these photos was taken after the fact at the
Yeah.
evidence room, but everything else accurately depicts some of what you found in his apartment,
Yes.
right? Judge, we would move to introduce these as exhibit 34, 35, 36, 37, and 38.
Any
It-
objection?
There you are.
And Judge, just for the record, I miscounted yesterday. And I think we're actually on exhibit 34 beginning today. The last one introduced yesterday was 33. Judge, may I publish these to the jury?
You may.
Okay. Oh, Josh, you mind if I hit those? Sure. All right. This first one here, this is, I think you had described his apartment, let's see if we make this a little bigger, as pretty chaotic, right?
Yes, sir.
Oh, there we go. And this, I would agree with you, this looks pretty chaotic, right?
Yes, sir.
Lots of just random stuff all around. One of the things I wanted to point out was this, he had a lot of beer cans, and I would, for lack of a better term, I would call it beer paraphernalia all over the place, right? But one of them was this natural ice box right here, right?
Yes.
Okay. And then we have some just random, I think, shorts and then some more random beer cans. And again, we're dealing with those old English cans, right?
Yes.
Again, more old English cans, more beer paraphernalia. I think that's just a closer picture of the same thing that we just looked at. And then you found some women's shoes, right?
Yes.
Okay, took those, obviously took them to the lab, because I think this is the photo from the lab, right?
From our lab.
Or the CSU, sorry, not the Frankfurt lab.
Right.
I'm using that incorrectly, but the CSU took them, booked them, and put them in the property,
Yes.
right? Okay. Did you remember doing any sort of testing or DNA testing on that to determine if that matched Sheila Devine?
I don't think we sent those off. We sent so many other things off. And once we get a certain determination with the lab, they kind of, unless there's a new development, they kind of stop wanting to test things once they've reached certain conclusions.
And I think that you we heard, you didn't testify, but we heard evidence that they have a number, but you can always go back and ask, right?
Oh, yes.
Right. I mean, I don't want to, as a citizen and taxpayer, I don't want to think that if you really thought you needed to investigate something, they're going to tell you no, right? On like a murder case, on a murder case.
On a murder, I don't know about that. This is my first case that involved a murder.
Okay.
I'm a sex crime detective, not a homicide detective.
Sure.
As a sex crime detective, especially now, the only thing I get to send initially is the kit.
Right.
Back then, and I don't quote me on it, it's either 3, we only send 3 to 5 items. Homicide got to send 10. And then you had to resubmit.
So I think you testified yesterday that normally DNA can take months, right? I mean, like a long time.
Yes, sir.
Correct. But in this case, you were able to get it back in, I think it was like 6 weeks or something really fast. Like
6 or 7 weeks. We had to get a major from our department involved in that, however.
So there were some strings being pulled to get some things done up at the lab, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I understand. Additionally, I want to ask you about, and I think about something else that you found on the scene, and I think it's connected to. me see here. Hopefully. Here it is. May I proceed, witness, Judge?
You may.
Flip through, I'm looking for the evidence log. It's going to be probably about 5 pages back.
Got it.
Okay, so this is a log we're looking at that actually contains all the writing, you and Detective Vance, and I think Officer Butts and Green. Basically, it's a log of everything you took out of his apartment, right?
Yes.
Okay. And I want to ask you about one of the entries of Jason Vance. It's actually the last one in that long list. It says of the 1145. It says black shirt. I can't read that word, with hair. I think it's black shirt woman with hair. Do you see that?
Give me a second, sir.
Sure. It is. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I think it's about the 10th one down.
Yeah, that is difficult to read.
Right.
Black shirt, something with hair.
Right. And the hair is really, it reads to me like women's shirt with hair. But that may be something to ask Detective Vance, right? Since
May
he wrote
have,
it.
yeah, I can't even, I can't make that word. I don't know what that word is.
You didn't collect this item, he did.
Correct.
Okay. Do you have any knowledge about what happened with his hair?
I do not.
Okay. All right. Then I wanted to ask you, it sounds like Detective Vance may be the more appropriate one to ask about that. Okay. All right. I'll move on. Now, in speaking about Detective Vance, I just kind of want to get your timeline as straight as possible. Miss Devine unfortunately passed away, I believe, on November 29th. Does that sound right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And at that point, it became a homicide case, right?
Yes, sir.
So up until then, Detective Vance had been involved in the investigation, obviously. But
No, he was involved in the investigation before that.
but I'm saying up until then, he wasn't still involved. Because he did this search with you on the 23rd.
Oh, I may have misunderstood.
Yeah, yeah. I'm not saying he wasn't involved. I'm saying he was involved with you.
Yes.
Yeah. But he was more involved with you as helping you with the investigation. He wasn't the lead yet, right?
At that point, when Major Ray brought us in prior to Mrs. Devine's death, he said, I want you both to work together as co-leads.
Okay.
Co-leads. So
Right.
when she passed, he obviously became the lead.
Got it. Oh, I understand. So you're working together in tandem. Then when she passed, Detective Vance sort of picks up that role as the lead.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Understood. I just want to make sure that was clear and I was understanding it correctly. So at that point, I think we can probably pick up with Detective Vance as far as the investigation goes. But I do want to circle back on a couple things that happened during the first part of the investigation. I think you testified that you collected the hat in question on when you went back to the apartment with Miss Devine, right? That wasn't the recanvas of the scene with Detective Vance. That was Miss Devine's daughter, sorry, Miss Jackson, Miss Devine's daughter wanting to go back and get her ID, right?
Person ID for legal purposes.
Right,
obviously.
understood. So while you were in the apartment, you asked about the hat. She says, that's not my mom's hat. You bag it and tag it at that point and take it with you.
Yes.
Right, okay. So I want to, best I can, kind of show the jury where you found this hat. These pictures, I think, will hopefully come out better on the screen, but if I may approach the witness.
You may.
First two are the best. But you found the hat kind of under the bed or near the bed, but it looks like to me in those pictures it's under the bed. Let me ask you this one. Do you remember picking up the hat?
I remember picking up the hat and seeing it under the bed. I don't see it in this picture, to be
Okay.
honest with you.
But is that the bed the way that you saw it when you went in there?
Yes.
Okay, all right. Now let me, if I may approach this again. You see this right here?
Yes.
Okay. Is that where you found the hat?
Yeah, probably
Okay.
so.
Yeah.
Or it's not very close to that.
Right. Judge, we would move to enter these exhibits and publish them for the jury. This would be numbers 38, 39, and 40.
You already went up to 38, so is that? You previously introduced 34. through
Sorry,
38.
39, 40, and 41.
Any objection? So admitted.
And I think I already asked, but permission to publish, Judge?
May.
Trying to make this as clear as possible, but I don't know. Actually, I think that'll do. Okay. Well, it's hard to see. But can you see at all the bill of the hat sticking out from underneath here?
I see,
Kind of the purple part sticking out?
I see a dark shadow, but I
Yeah.
know what you're talking about.
Right. And that's what I want to get is that's where you found it right there.
Yes.
Okay. Let's see if any of these are any better. Right. Yeah, this one might be a little better. Okay. Right there.
Yeah, I can see that one now.
That's it. That's where you found the hat.
Yes.
Right? And this is actually kind of generally where Miss Devine was found, right? On this side of the bed.
In that general vicinity, yeah.
Right. Because I think that's where you took the mattress cutting. You hadn't done it yet, but I think you took the mattress cuttings.
Yeah.
Because these were taken, obviously you haven't taken a hat at this point. So these are photos that were taken on the initial day, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So this is how we saw the scene when you walked in there on the 12th.
Yes.
Right. Okay. Last one. Yeah, this might be the. There we go. Now we can see, I think, right there, right?
Yes.
And I think there's some shoes over here. I assume those are Miss Devine's shoes, right? Kind of see the glare of them a little bit. Okay. All right. All right. And again, that was not something that was collected on the first day you went in there. I think you noted it in your report that you saw it. What was your reason for not collecting it? I mean, it appeared to me to be sort of out of place for a 61-year-old woman's apartment.
You are correct. I do note that in my investigative letter. However, as you noted and pointed out yesterday, the investigative letter was not written for that day.
Okay.
Investigative letter was written maybe several weeks later. And so because I did go back with Miss Jackson and found this hat and collected it, that's why it is noted. I probably should have been more clarifying with it.
Understood. Understood. Okay. Okay, now, moving on, and I think we're moving on past the hat. Processing of the scene and evidence, your neighborhood canvas, and a little more about the witnesses, because I mean, I think we all know at this point, half the job is processing the scene, the other half is trying to find witnesses, right? That's your initial steps. That
Well,
fair?
Those are steps. I wouldn't call them half.
Okay, but I know I'm oversimplifying it, but yeah, understood. So I think you testified yesterday that Mitchell had keyed you into a brown van, right?
Yes, sir.
And that you took steps to identify that van, but were unsuccessful. Is that right?
I did try to identify the van. Is this the one with the Philpott, Kentucky addresses?
Well,
or-
I'm just talking generally. I'm saying that you keyed in on this brown van and you took steps to try to identify a brown van, right?
Yes.
Okay. The first thing I'll ask you is to turn to your investigative letter, not the timeline, but the letter on the third page. At the very bottom, I think you talk about this interaction with Eugene Mitchell at Norfolk Lakers, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, but your notes in here say that it actually was a tan minivan, not a brown minivan, right?
I have it listed in here as Pontiac minivan, tannin color.
Yeah, I think you state Mitchell advised he was aware of a tan minivan
Yes, yes,
and that he was advising you that there was some evidentiary value, in it, right?
yes,
You thought it was, okay. But this wasn't the only time you heard about a tan van. Is that correct?
that's correct.
Not the only witness you heard about it, right?
Correct.
Because you're trying to locate this tan van, or brown, he said yesterday, but this tan van. When you were doing your, let me back up, let me phrase this differently. You went back to this scene multiple times, obviously, right?
Yes, sir.
And during one of those times, you actually talked to a guy by the name of Mike Smith, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And Mr. Smith also gave you information about a tan van.
He did.
Okay. In fact, he gave you information that was pretty specific to Sheila's apartment, right?
Correct.
Yeah. He told you that he saw two people leaving that apartment at 5 a.m. and one of them got to a tan minivan. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. So even though you found Mitchell to be uncredible about this tan minivan, here you have an impartial eyewitness saying that a tan minivan was involved, right?
I do, but I also note that I believe Mike Smith said it was very dark and very difficult to see.
True, but he was pretty clear about the color and type of van. It doesn't say tan minivan, but maybe not.
Yeah, he says Chevy Astro and Mitchell says Pontiac.
Right.
But they're saying tan minivan.
Exactly. Understand. I don't want to show photos. I don't have photos of that, but you'll agree with me. Those are two kind of similar cars, right?
Yeah.
Nobody's talking about a Toyota Corolla and an SUV.
Correct.
Right. Okay. So he also talked to you about he gave you a description, and I think you said it was dark, but he gave you a description. There was a big guy and a smaller guy, right? Or
Correct.
Younger, smaller guy.
Yeah, correct.
Is that correct? Okay. And he told you this on a couple different occasions, I think. I think you talked to him twice, one on the 15th and one on the 23rd. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So at that point, when you talked to him, he told you, I think, the same thing consistently both times. You've got information of not only a suspect vehicle, right?
Yes, sir.
But a general description of two suspects, right?
Yes.
Okay. But I don't think he was able to give you any more information than that, right? He wasn't able to say one was wearing a blue shirt or something. He was just able to give shapes.
Correct.
Okay. So, and you knew that according to him, that happened around 5 a.m.
Yes, sir.
Right. And I think that was because he was leaving for work at that time.
I believe he was.
Okay. And additionally, not only that tan minivan being that you have a suspect vehicle, but there might be a third suspect out there, right?
Correct.
Yeah, somebody driving that van, essentially the getaway vehicle, right? Okay. I'm going to circle back to Mike Smith in a second, but I want to talk a little bit more about the tan van. So I think you said you went to the 6th Division and you asked for their help in locating this van, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you did that, I think, according to your notes, on November 27th. Okay, that sound right?
November 27th.
My notes say that. I got them from yours, but you correct me if I'm
I know I went. 27th.
okay. And was that the day that you're talking about? You went in and talked to roll call?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And just so the jury knows, roll call, that's in the morning. Everybody kind of gathers. They're
Well,
giving out.
This one was the actual late watch roll call.
Okay, sorry, but
But yeah,
same concept. Everybody gathers.
it's when all the officers for
What
that
you
particular
described.
shift come in for that day, and they're sitting around roll call and they're being briefed on what took place during the day work shift, maybe what took place during the last 2 or 3 days. Any bolos, be on the lookout for this, be on the lookout for that kind of stuff. They're getting briefed before they actually go out on their shift and start patrolling.
Now, I think you testified to, and so you asked them, hey, be on the lookout for this.
Yes.
Right. Okay. That's a bolo, right?
Yes, sir.
Right. Okay. So I think you testified that you got information from a detective Aurora. I'm not going to say it right either.
No.
Right. But I think phonetically, that's the way it is. We hear from her, she'll correct us. And that she gave you a specific license plate number, right?
Yes.
Was that as a result of that meeting with the 6th Division, or did that happen on its own organically?
No, that was something different. Detective Rachel,
Right.
if I can say that,
Yeah.
was actually a DV detective at the time. So she was actually out there with me that initial day. And so she gave me a plate on a van.
And I think that she gave you a specific plate. I think you listed as 297 PNH, right?
Yes.
Okay. And what did you do with that plate?
Ran the plate, checked it through our databases, and came up with names.
What were the names?
The names. Oh, wait, it might be here.
Take your time. I'm looking at for it too. And detective, I'll help you because I can cheat and search on my computer. It is in your investigative letter under the follow-up investigation section. Second to last page. I think. Last paragraph.
Okay. Yes.
Okay. You tracked it down to somebody that lives in Philpott, Kentucky, right?
Correct.
Long story short, you were able to rule it out as the actual van because they're way out there. They don't have any real connection here. Is that correct? Is that a fair summary of it?
The registered owner doesn't drive anymore. She was elderly. Her son drives it. He lives in Philpott, Kentucky, and says he's never been to Louisville ever.
Okay. So but then you come to the conclusion, I think it's the last part there, that this was because the license plate number it may have been written down incorrectly. Is that right?
Yes.
Did you ever take any steps to actually find out what the correct license plate number is?
No, sir.
Okay, because it sounds like Detective Rachel keyed in on this for some reason, that she thought it was involved in some fashion, right?
She saw a van driving down the road and took the plate.
Okay, all right, understood. How was it that you came to be looking for the person you testified to, that Nativia Cruz?
Detective
Natividad, I think. Actually.
Natividad Cruz.
Yeah.
Detective Amy Phelps did that follow-up for me.
Okay. Was it at your request?
I don't recall.
Okay. I think we can talk to Ms. Phelps about that. But you also determined that van had no evidentiary value.
No, sir.
So let's circle back to, and I'm almost done, a couple more sections. Said I want to circle back to Mike Smith. You talked to him again in 2019, right?
Yes.
Okay. I think about September 2019, so roughly 2 years ago. By the way, not important. If it's a different date, that's not my point of my question. So sorry, let me ask you a better question. When you talked to him, you asked him to kind of clarify some information, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you asked him to clarify what he meant by big guy, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And he told you when he said big guy, he didn't mean tall. He meant big.
Correct.
Right? Stocky, fat, right? And he was comparing it to the other younger guy, right? Who was skinny, shorter,
Yes.
right? So this shut off my bells and whistles a little bit. Back in 2013, you were working off the assumption that when Mike Smith told you, I saw two black males leaving the victim's apartment at 5 a.m. and get into this minivan, and one of them was big and one of them was smaller. Were you working off the assumption that he meant tall?
No, I worked on the assumption that one was big and one was small.
Well, what did big mean to you?
At that time,
Yes, 2013.
he couldn't say one way or the other. Big meant big.
Well,
Could have
he
been tall,
because
could have been heavy.
Well, he could have, because he told you in 2019 he didn't mean tall.
Yes, but initially, you're asking me what I was working on initially. Initially, he didn't know, he didn't specify. So initially, I was working on big.
Understood. But in 2019, when you asked him specifically, what do you mean by big? He was able to tell you, not tall, right?
Yes.
Now, you'll agree with me, and we don't have to agree about anything else in this case, but objectively speaking, Marcus is a tall guy, right?
Correct.
He may be the tallest guy in this courtroom. I'm not going to ever go everybody head to head, but he is tall. He's taller than me, and I'm 6'1". And you would agree with me, when you see him, probably the first thing you would describe him as the tall guy, right? It's his most obvious characteristic. You know nothing else about him.
Yes.
So Mike Smith tells you that the two people he sees leaving that apartment at 5 a.m. definitely not tall, right?
He says big and one short.
Right. But then when you ask me 2019, I don't mean tall. I mean stocky. I mean big.
Yes.
Right. Okay.
But again, he also said it was dark.
Understood. But he didn't get, but again, he didn't say, but it was dark. I really couldn't tell how tall it was.
I agree with you 100% with everything you just said. However, I want this out there. Nobody that we ever developed or talked to completely, they could always be revisited should evidence ever lead us to them. However, in this case, the evidence led us to Mr. Allen.
Understood. But there's information out there that would lead you away from this route, right? Because two people left that apartment at 5 a.m. Smith's description, it wasn't Marcus.
There were a lot of leads that we try to follow up with. There were a lot of information that came in. But again, and when it's all said and done and you run into that roadblock, the only thing that kept going was the evidence for Mr. Allen.
Right. You got his DNA and you're done, right?
No, sir. We had lots of other things. We had, but we did have the DNA. We had the phone records.
Yeah. Okay. So last thing I want to talk about is another one of those leads that you list in your investigative report. One of the last things I think, or one of the last witnesses you talked to, is a guy by the name of Sherman McCoomer. Do you remember that?
I've got that in there. I got to be honest. Yes. No, I do. I do remember that. Yeah.
Yeah. And you talked to him, I think after you had arrested, I think it was January 10th. So you talked to him after you had arrested both Mr. Mitchell and Mr. Allen. Is that right?
I believe so.
Okay. And the reason you keyed in on him was because you got information that Eugene Mitchell that he was in that apartment with Eugene Mitchell, right? You just,
Yeah, that is correct.
okay. And so you know that Eugene Mitchell is in that apartment because there's no doubt about that. In that apartment on that day with Mr. Mitchell. So you're like, I got to talk to this Coomer guy, right?
Correct.
Did you bring him down?
No, I talked to him over the phone.
How long did that phone call last? You know?
No, I don't.
I told you 5 minutes. Would you disagree with me?
No.
Okay. So you had a 5-minute conversation with this guy who might have been on the scene, right? And did you ever meet with him in person?
No, sir.
Okay. Do we know any physical description of him?
No, sir.
Okay. We don't know if he's a big guy, tall guy, small guy, any of that stuff, right?
No, sir.
Did you ever get DNA from him?
No, sir.
Okay. You ever ask him for DNA?
No, sir.
Did you ever get a hair sample from him?
No, sir.
Did you ever get a picture of him to show around the apartment complex?
No, sir.
Did you ever get a search warrant for his residence?
No, sir.
So that 5-minute phone call was your entire investigation of Sherman McCoomer.
I only agreed with you for 5 minutes for argument's sake.
Right,
I
right.
don't know how long that
I'll
phone
take the
call
5 minutes
went.
up. That phone call was the only investigation that you had with Mr. McCoomer. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Would it surprise you to know that Mr. McCoomer is now dead?
I was not aware.
So if we wanted to go get his DNA and compare it to this crime scene, we'd have to dig up his body, right? That's the only way you can get it when they're dead,
Yes, sir.
right? Can't just ask to swab his mouth. That time passed, right?
Correct.
I don't think I have any further questions.
Ms. Gray?
Just briefly.
All right, so Detective, when you're deciding what evidence to collect, obviously we're talking about the first day that you were there. You said that you were looking for items that are out of place.
Yes.
Or would it be fair to say that you're looking for items that are consistent with a struggle?
In this case, out of place and consistent with that struggle is exactly correct.
Okay, so would an item that's placed on the floor next to the couch necessarily at that time catch your attention?
The only thing that I looked over there and saw that was it was neatly placed in a corner by a couch. It was not out in that path of destruction, if you will, that indicated that struggle. It was over there, so it was not, in my opinion, out of place or part of that struggle.
Okay, but after you learned more information about Sheila and about other things that may have gone on that night, you collected that bottle that was at the end of the couch.
So I did. What happened was when I came out and Eugene Mitchell was approaching and yelling, I had already shut and locked the door. I take him to headquarters. He interviews and he says, crack. Now I know I've got a crack pipe.
All right, and you testified that when you went into Catherine Smith's apartment, did you have much contact with her then, or without talking about what she told you, did you talk to her much that morning?
Conversation, I asked her the same thing that I asked everyone else. I asked her who he was, being Eugene Mitchell. If it was okay if I searched her apartment. That's
Okay, and did she allow you to be in her? How would you describe connections with her?
Miss Smith, doctor, I don't have any diagnosis to give you, but she is a low functioning adult.
Was she always cooperative with you when asked?
Yes, she's very non-confrontational. I mean, like I said, I knocked on the door and she just yells, come on in. And when I walk in, she doesn't care who we are, just walk in and do whatever we want.
And Mr. Vantrease asked you about the search warrant that you executed apartment on November 23rd. Now, November 18th, when you were talking to Eugene Mitchell, had you seen the liquor store video yet?
No,
Had you gone to the hospital to find out the nature and extent of Sheila Devine's injuries?
No,
So was that all additional information that you had by the time you started getting search warrants and moving forward in your investigation?
yes.
Mr. Beatrice?
Nothing.
It's. All right. Next witness for the Commonwealth?
Your Honor, the Commonwealth calls Kamaya Jeffrey.
Actually, a quick break. It is now 10:20, room at 10:30. Remember the admonition.
All right.
Thank you. You all may be seated. Does anyone have anything to report to the court? And the next witness for the Commonwealth is Ms. Jeffries, is that right? Okay. Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
If you would just, you can have a seat there, but before you do, if you would please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give will be the truth and the whole truth? Thank you. Have a seat. You can keep your mask on or take it off while you're answering questions. It's totally up to you. Just make sure that you speak into that microphone so everyone can hear you.
All righty.
Good morning, Ms. Jeffrey. If you would, please introduce yourself to the jury.
My name is Tamaya Jeffrey,
All right, and how old are you?
29.
So back in 2013, you were 21,
Yes, ma'am.
20? I'm trying to do the math in my head. If you're 29 now, 20 or 21.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And did you grow up in Louisville?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you know the defendant, Guy Marcus Allen?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. How do you know him?
Through the neighborhood I lived in Norfolk in Newburgh
Okay. Where about did you live?
on Fingerbush Lane.
Okay. Can everybody hear okay? Or she's kind of soft-spoken?
You can't hear?
Okay.
Oh, I lived on Fagenbush Lane.
Is that near Norfolk Liquors?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that where defendant lived on Fern Court?
Yes, ma'am.
Is it all right in that same little area?
Yes, ma'am. Same exact neighborhood.
How do you recall how long, we're talking about November of 2013, how long had you known him at that time?
I must say we met in like late September.
Okay. So just a couple months, maybe?
Yes, ma'am. It wasn't long at all.
All right.
Not long at
And
all.
how long did you live in that? How long had you lived in that neighborhood there?
Well, I graduated from Central High School in 2010. So when I graduated, we moved to Newburgh or Norfolk in 2010 at the beginning of 2011. So from there to there.
Okay. How would you describe your relationship with the defendant?
We were acquaintances, associate, it wasn't a whole lot of it was really me going to work. He really looked out for me, make sure I got back and forth to work for the most part.
Okay, so he'd give you rides to work on a regular basis?
Yes, every day.
Did you have a car or a way to get to work on your own at that time?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
And my commute to if I didn't get a ride on the way to my job, it was on Breckenridge. So there was no sidewalks on going up Bardstown Road. So I would be in the street, so it's kind of dangerous, and I get off at 11:30. So at night, it would, so that was a big help.
Okay, so was your job a few miles from where you lived?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and would you describe your relationship with the defendant as a dating relationship at all?
No,
How did he perceive your relationship?
definitely dating.
Okay, and did he want the relationship to be more than what you want?
Absolutely.
And did you ever pursue that type of relationship with him?
No, I try to keep it as platonic as possible.
Was there ever a time where your relationship was romantic in nature or intimate?
Very vaguely, yes.
Okay. Was that when you first met? Was it in November? Can you kind of remember a timeline for when you guys might have had
Before November, between September, November, maybe in the middle of that.
okay. But it was never an ongoing, serious
No, ma'am.
dating relationship,
No, ma'am.
never a serious romantic relationship.
No, ma'am.
All right. Now, the police talked to you back in January of 2014 about your relationship with the defendant, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And do you know how the police ended up reaching out to you?
Yes, Detective Vance, he came to my house.
Okay. And did they ask you questions then about your relationship with the defendant?
Yes.
And did they ask you about whether or not you had been with him on the night of November 11th and early morning hours of November 12th of 2013?
Yes.
All right. Now, they interviewed you in January, but is there a reason that those dates are somewhat easy for you to remember?
Yes, my mother's birthday is November the 13th.
Okay, so even a couple of months later, when the police talked to you, did you still have a good memory of the things that went on that week?
Yes, it's easy to remember because we celebrated her birthday. So that was super easy to remember. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so going back to that night of November 11th into the morning hours of November 12th. November 11th was a Monday. Did the defendant pick you up at work that night?
Yes.
And do you know about what time that would have been?
I would get off at 11:30, but sometimes I worked at a daycare center. So we really didn't have a designated time that it would close. It would be whoever the last child would go home. So I would say, but no parent would come no later than maybe about 12:15 or something like that.
Okay, so we're talking nighttime hours, right?
Yes,
For-
ma'am.
For a
Yes, ma'am.
daycare center?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so this was a daycare center that offered service even up to midnight.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, on the night of November 11th, when he picked you up, where did you go after he picked you up?
After we came from getting me, we went straight to Norfolk Liquors.
Okay, is Norfolk Liquors kind of I know it's a liquor store, but is it also kind of a convenience store for that neighborhood?
Yes, yes, because there was another store beside of it. Kind of after a while, that closed down early stores, and he kind of so it
Okay.
was the next door to go to.
So they don't just liquor, things that you might find like.
And it was in a little baby mini mart. There was a little bar at the end. So
Okay.
variety.
A lot of people that lived in that area, a liquor store frequently, either to buy liquor or even to buy, Coke or
Yes, ma'am. The door
milk or
didn't even-
anything like that.
it didn't- Yes, ma'am.
And did you know the owner and the people who worked at the liquor store pretty well?
Yes, just because I would have to go there every day. Yes, ma'am. There was a closest store in the area. So yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so it was within walking distance of where you live.
Yes.
And you didn't have a car at the time, right?
Right.
Now, when you went to the liquor store with the defendant that night, do you know about how long you were there?
About 30 minutes tops.
Okay, so was it just a quick stop?
Yes.
Did you hang out in the parking lot a long time,
No, ma'am.
anything like that?
No, ma'am.
And, sorry, go ahead.
No, I'm sorry. You go ahead.
After you left the liquor store, where did you go?
We stayed there not that long. We went in, got I believe he may got something to drink. I grabbed something to drink. He spoke to a friend, then ended up leaving. We didn't stay there that long. And then I got dropped off at home.
Okay. May I first witness?
You may.
All right, Ms. Jeffrey, I'm going to hand you what's been marked Commonwealth Exhibits 162, 163, 164, and 165. Now, when Detective Vance talked to you back in January of 2014, did he show you some stills from surveillance video at Norfolk Liquors?
Yes, ma'am.
And did he ask you to kind of identify the people in the photos?
Yes, ma'am.
And do those photos, are those the ones that he went through with you, or are they similar photos?
Yes, these are the
And-
ones.
Okay, do those photos accurately represent how everything looked at Norfolk Liquors that night?
It's very accurate.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time I would move to admit and publish exhibits 162 through 165.
No objection.
So admitted.
All right, Ms. Jeffrey, I'm going to put these photos up on the screen and I'm going to ask you to talk to the jury. Do we have our photo? That's okay. Let me zoom in on this a little bit. And I'm going to ask you to talk about who do we see going into the liquor store here? Who's that right there? Okay.
And let me stop for just a second. Can the jurors hear her when she's facing in the other direction?
I'm sorry.
You can't hear. Okay. So Ms. Jeffries, I know you're being directed to look over here, but when you answer, if you could turn around and speak to the jury, I appreciate it.
That's Marcus, and then that's me in the red and black and jacket.
Okay, and is this Marcus's vehicle here?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And we see on the timestamp up top, November 11th, about 23:28. That's about 11:28 p.m. Is that about the time that you guys, is that when you arrived at the liquor store?
Yes. And actually, that night I got fired from my job. So I didn't get off at the exact time that I would normally get off. They let me off early, although I tried to stay as long as I could to get as much hours I could, but she wouldn't. So I kind of left a little earlier than normal.
Okay. Okay, and in this photo, the person that I'm pointing at here, who is that?
Marcus,
All right, and
me,
that's you over there. Do you know who this person is here?
yes, Eugene.
Okay.
Eugene Mitchell.
Was he known by a nickname as well? Or did you just know him as
Red.
Eugene? Red, okay.
Red.
All right. All right, and this clip is, or this still is from 23:29, which is about a minute later. Is that you leaving?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and is that Eugene Mitchell in front of you?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that the defendant?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so who is that coming out of the liquor store?
Marcus.
Okay, and so were you waiting in the car for him at this point?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you remember whether or not anybody was with you in the car when he picked you up?
I'm not, I think I believe I'm getting two nights. I'm not sure if I'm getting two nights mixed up or not, but I believe that he had a friend in the car and he was in the back seat behind, either in the back seat. I'm not sure if he was in the middle or the side, but I'm not sure if I'm getting another night mixed up or not.
Okay,
Because I believe it's raining that night. And I didn't want to get out the car because my hair was wet, but I ended up getting out anyways.
all right, but so he comes out to the car about 11:45.
Mm.
All right, and at that point, did he take you home?
Yes, ma'am.
Making sure. Did he ask you to stay with him that night, or did he ask to stay at your place?
Particularly, no, ma'am.
Okay. Did he come into your house when he dropped you off?
No, ma'am.
Did he ever stay overnight at your house?
No, ma'am.
Was he ever in your bedroom at your house?
No, ma'am.
Did you ever stay overnight at his house?
It wasn't a stay over. Stayed there really late. Went home like maybe 4 or 5 o'clock a.m.
Okay. That particular night, did you go to his house at all?
No,
All right. And after he dropped you off, did he stay at your house at all with you that night?
no, ma'am. I never saw him again.
All right. So then after he dropped you off, you were never with him again, didn't see him again after that night?
Till today.
Okay. Back in 2013, was the phone number that you used 502-991-9878?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so would the defendant call you and text you on a regular basis?
Yes.
And when he contacted you, did he use that number to call you? Is that the one that you carried with you and would answer?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Was it common for him to call you while you were at work or text you while you were at work?
Maybe text, call, no, because I was a teacher. So I, had a class of toddlers. So he knew I couldn't talk on the phone, but he may have texted me. Maybe.
Okay. And were there times when you needed to text him to let him know what time to pick you up and
Yes,
things
ma'am.
like that? Okay. And did he pick you up from work on a regular basis during those couple of months that you knew him?
Yes.
And the night that he dropped you off, was there any phone conversations or texts after he dropped you off that night?
No.
Okay, and you never saw him again in person after that night?
No, ma'am.
All right, I think that's all the questions I have, Ms. Jeffrey. I believe defense counsel may have some for you.
Mr. Lewis?
Morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
My first question for you is, you obviously know Marcus, or you knew him, and you knew this guy Red,
Yes.
and he's Eugene Mitchell
Yes.
that we saw, and he was also sort of in the video going in and out with you.
Yes.
Can we get,
Yes, which one? Oh, I'm sorry.
have you ever, let me go back. You had whatever this relationship was between you and Marcus
Mhm.
from around September of that year, right?
Mhm.
Until, and I'm sorry, you said that was the last time, that November 11th?
Yes.
Okay. So during all that time, did you ever see Marcus hang out with that guy, Red?
Yes, I've seen them together before. Liquor store, Red walking up the street, being in the neighborhood.
Because he'd be hanging at the liquor store
Yes, and in the neighborhood.
in the neighborhood.
Yes.
Well, that's how you saw Red. But my question is, you didn't see Red and Marcus hanging out together, right?
Yes, I did.
Okay.
I have.
Do you remember testifying in this matter just about 2 years ago? You were in court and testifying about it. Do you remember all that?
Yes.
Okay. And you remember being asked that question then?
No.
You don't even remember being asked that question?
No.
So you wouldn't remember that you said you did not see them hang out together?
No.
You don't have any memory one way or the other. Does that sound like what you said?
No, that doesn't sound like what I said.
Okay.
I have
Well,
seen
fine.
them. Huh?
Okay. There's a couple other things with the liquor store videos I want to ask you about, okay?
Okay.
Just see if we can get set up here, sorry. And I'd like you to be able to see the actual video while it plays. No question that's you in the jacket that's sort of black with red arms on it or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna try to let you see this here first, make sure you're agree with me that this is what it shows. So this is gonna be actual video playing rather than just a still, okay? Can you see it there, okay?
Mhm.
And who's getting out of the truck there?
Yeah, Marcus.
Okay. And he opens the door for you, is that right?
Mhm.
That's all look accurate to that night?
Yes.
Then the two of you go in together, right?
Yes.
Okay. So that looked like a fair and accurate portrayal there from the video?
Yes.
Okay. Judge, I'm going to move the admission of whatever our next number is. And we'll contain these on a permanent record later, Judge.
I think you're on 42.
Okay, so move the admission of that as 42.
The objection.
No, you're not.
So removed.
And you see this one on the inside here?
Mhm.
Who's that person near the door there?
Red.
Okay, that's Red. And then is that you and Marcus that walked in just now?
Yes.
Okay. And y'all are inside the liquor store. You go over to one side and get something out of the cooler, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then you're talking to Red there.
Mm-hmm.
You're still talking to Red. Now you walk up to the register and up near Marcus, right?
Yes.
Okay. This all looks like the same night as what we just saw in the prosecutor's
Yes.
pictures, right? You're up near the register. Do you remember did you buy something or Marcus buy something for you that night?
Yes,
What was that?
I believe it was a soda.
Okay. And you're still there at the register. We're gonna look at these just a moment. That all look accurate to what happened there
Yes,
while you're in the video store. Move the admission of the 43.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
I've got one more to show you here. We're back looking at the outside. You agree with me?
yes,
And it's 2329 at the liquor store.
yes.
Okay, and who just came out?
Red,
And who else?
me.
Okay, and you all walked together off the camera there, right?
Mhm.
Okay. Just like you to watch this for a minute. Mark is still in the liquor store, right?
Yes,
Okay. And you and Red went off to the left, but you're off the camera now, right?
right.
Now who's coming out?
Marcus,
By himself, right?
yes,
Okay. And then he walks up to the driver's side, right?
yes,
You're still not back in the car, right?
right.
Okay. This all look fair and accurate of what happened that night?
Yes,
Okay. And then who just came back in to the video?
red.
Okay.
And I get into the truck.
And you're getting in the truck, right?
Mhm.
All that fair and accurate portrayal of the videos there's and the events that you remember?
Yes,
Okay, so we'll move the admission of 44. Judge, and I had permission to publish to the jury at this time.
Okay, so Mr. Lewis, are those still shots of the video?
These are clips from the video, Judge, so we'll have to contain them on a
Okay,
piece of media for the jury to see. But we'll publish them now.
right. Any objection?
No.
So that's the one we were just looking at, right?
yes.
And you can see it up here too.
Oh,
Either way, whatever way you're comfortable. That's you and Marcus going in, right?
Yes,
Gonna have to go through them twice so those folks can see them there. There, okay. And what was this one again? Who's that first in the black jacket?
red,
Red, Eugene Mitchell?
Yeah.
And that's you and Marcus coming in there, right?
right.
Red's kind of getting your attention, talking to you, right?
Right.
Marcus turns away,
Proceeds to the counter.
right? You're over
Well-
there having a conversation with Red.
Yes,
Red wanders up, you go up to the
Mhm.
register, right?
Yeah.
How's that Red come back in?
yes,
And then you walk out with him here?
yes.
And this is the part, we didn't see this from the prosecutor, right? Where you come out, that's you in red, right?
Mhm.
And you're off to the left. It's still part of the parking lot area there
Yes,
of the liquor store.
I believe we stayed on the sidewalk,
You stayed up on the sidewalk,
but out of the camera vision.
right? And Mark is still inside the store, right?
Yes,
And who's that coming out?
Marcus.
He just goes straight to his car, right?
Yes,
And then that's red and you both coming back.
yes,
And you're getting back in the car there.
yes.
Do you agree with me? That's sort of a fair and accurate portrayal of you. What we just saw, it's just a still of what we just saw.
Yes.
You in red walking out. Move the admission of this is 45, Judge.
Any objection?
No, you're on.
We've got a. Hey. The motion to publish, Your Honor.
You may.
It's just a piece of what we just saw from the video, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Now, I may have misheard you. I just want to be clear here. Did you said part of the relationship, whatever it was that you carried on with Marcus was by phone, calls and texts. Is that right?
Yes.
And it ended on November 11th. Is that what I heard?
The last day when I got fired and the last day he picked me up, yes.
So number one, you're sure this is the day you were fired from them,
Yes,
right? Okay. And number two, it was the day you ended whatever there was with Marcus, right?
yes.
So
I didn't verbally end it or nothing like it just I wasn't working anymore, so he didn't have to take me back and forth. So it kind of drifted away.
it kind of drifted. Well, what I want to understand is in days and weeks after November 11th, based on what I understand from you, there was no further text messaging of any kind between you and Marcus. Is that what I'm understanding?
Yes.
You're
You're correct. No.
Okay. All right. And I had asked. Oh, I want to ask you a little more about Mr. Mitchell that you went off with and had a little conversation with there in the video.
Mhm.
What did you have his phone number?
No.
Did he have your phone number?
No.
Okay, so say someone were to get like all the call records from phones and such, there wouldn't be any calls between you and Eugene Mitchell Red, right?
Right.
And you're sure about that?
Yeah.
No question in your mind.
No.
He's never called you.
No.
You've never called him.
No.
Okay. And then about the testimony you gave just 2 years ago, could I approach the witness, Judge?
You may.
I want to, let's make sure you remember, you're being questioned here, and then there's your answer, okay?
Mhm.
This is why you're here on a stand, under oath, telling people, telling the judge what happened, okay?
Mhm.
All right. So the question you're asked is, tell me how well did you know Red? Right, you agree with me? We'll just go along here.
Mhm.
And your answer was not very well at all. It was more of a hello and goodbye relationship, right?
Yes.
And then you said, that's about it, right? And then read there what you testified to next. What did you say?
In
there?
the time that you spent with Marcus, did you ever see Marcus and Red hanging out together? Never.
Never was your answer, right?
Yeah.
Okay. The police came to see you January of the next year? Because we've been looking at November, like videos from November and so on. Would you agree with me? It was around January that they caught up with you and started asking these questions to you?
Mhm.
Like, were you with Marcus that night and all that stuff? Remember that?
Mhm.
Okay. And by then, the police had sort of focused on the idea Marcus was a suspect in a crime, right? He was charged, right?
I didn't know.
You didn't know that.
No.
You lived in Norfolk and had no idea that the police had decided to charge him with murder and with rape.
No.
Just no idea.
No.
All right.
I didn't know why the detective was at my house. I had no idea what was going on.
That's all I have, Judge. Thank you.
Ms. Gray, anything else?
Let me ask you, Mr. Lewis asked you specifically about whether or not you saw the defendant and Red hanging out. Now, did you ever see them together talking with each other?
Yes.
Did you see them at each other's houses?
No.
So when we talk about you never saw them hanging out, does that mean you never saw them like at certain locations, go to certain locations together?
Exactly.
Okay, but did you see them at the liquor store and in other?
Interacting.
Okay.
Yes.
All right, thank you. That's what I
Thank
wanted to
you.
clarify.
Thank you.
Mr. Lewis?
Yeah, so it was only ever at the liquor store. Is that what I understand?
No, it's been on, like I said, in the neighborhood, on the street. The liquor
Whatever
store
it is.
was a place in the parking lot.
And that's because they live in the same neighborhood, right? People walk around the same neighborhood, Norfolk, and they go to a store and they go about their business through the streets and whatnot. They're going to cross paths, right?
But everybody doesn't talk to everybody.
Right. And they cross paths at the liquor store, right?
Yeah.
Okay, but what they didn't do was they never hung out together. Right?
I'm speaking on what I saw them interacting,
Right. In your
hanging out.
words-
I'm not sure.
In your words, when you testified previously, did they hang out together? Never was your answer, right?
Me seeing them hang out.
You were
No.
asked whether they hung out together and you answered never, right?
Me seeing them hang out. No, that's what I answered. Never. Right. I never saw them
Nothing.
hanging out.
Right, anything else?
No, Your Honor.
May this witness be excused? Thank you, ma'am. You may step down. You are
Thank you.
excused.
Yes, I'll move this for you. Thank you.
Next witness for the Commonwealth.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth calls Detective Amy Phelps. Um, I don't think I'm going to introduce him.
Good morning, ma'am. Before you have a seat at our temporary witness stand, if you would please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give will be the truth and the whole truth? Thank you. You can have a seat. While you're answering questions, you can take your mask on, off, or keep it on. Just speak into the microphone, please, so everyone can hear you.
Good morning. I introduced you as detective. You are a retired detective. And would you please tell the jury that introduce yourself and tell them your title now?
Yes, my name's Amy Phelps. Currently work as a special agent for the National Insurance Crime Bureau.
Okay. Could you tell the jury a little bit about your experience in law enforcement?
Sure. In 1992, I was hired by the Louisville Division of Police, and I worked for the Louisville Police Department until merger and continued to work for them until 2015. I was assigned to patrol divisions in the West End. Back then, they were the 6th District and the 4th District. I became a detective, worked in the homicide unit, and then retired out of the special victims unit. But my sub squad was the domestic violence unit.
So in 2013, which unit were you working in?
The domestic violence unit, which was attached to the special victims unit.
All right. On November 12th of 2013, were you requested to assist Detective Gibson in an investigation at the Norbrook Arms apartment complex?
Yes, my lieutenant at the time, Carolyn Nunn, requested me to respond to an apartment complex off Fagan Bush Lane with Detective Arroyo.
Okay, and can you tell the jury a little bit about what your role was in that investigation?
Yes, I was being sent to help to assist Detective Gibson and just report to him, let him know we were on scene and do anything he needed us to do.
Do you know about what time you arrived in the Norfolk area that day?
Noonish, around noon.
Okay, and where did you start your role? What were you asked to do first?
I was asked to canvass the neighborhood, specifically accompany Detective Arroyo. We went to apartments that were kind of mapped out for us. They had reported, Detective Gibson reported which apartments they had already spoken to someone in. They asked me specifically to canvass the businesses, which sat just in front of the apartments, and that's what I did.
Okay, so you weren't knocking on doors in the apartment complex. You went to businesses.
Yes,
All right, and was part of your responsibility, I guess, to try to locate surveillance cameras in the neighborhood?
to see if there were any cameras, yes, and to see if they were working and viable and had anything of interest.
Did you go to Norfolk Liquors to inquire about surveillance video?
I did.
And at this point in the investigation, around noon on November 12th, did you or did Detective Gibson have a lot of information about the victim or what had actually happened to her?
I did not. I retrieved, I believe I used my cell phone to take a picture that they had of the victim. And I used that when I went to those businesses to see if they had working equipment and if anybody recognized her.
Okay, so you knew what she looked like and you knew her name.
Yes,
Was that essentially the information that you had?
that was it. That she was gravely injured and at the hospital.
Okay. So when you went to Norfolk Liquors, did they have surveillance cameras?
They did.
And did the owners assist you in looking at those videos?
Yes.
At that point, what was your focus? What were you looking for on the videos as far as what might be significant?
I was looking for the victim. If she came to the liquor store, I was looking, I even went to the grocery store next door. So I was looking just to obtain any video that showed the victim or anybody she could have been with that we could talk to, just anything that would help Detective Gibson.
Okay, so kind of trying to determine a timeline of where she might have been the day before leading up to the time that her daughter found her.
Yes.
And did you learn that, did the people in the grocery store recognize her or were they able to provide any information about her?
People at the grocery store, I forget who I spoke with, but it was the grocery store just east of the liquor store. They recognized the picture I showed, but did not have anything that was helpful and hadn't seen her recently.
Okay. And did the owners of Norfolk Liquor remember her being in the store the night before, the prior night?
Yes, the employee referred me to the owner. The owner of the store spoke about an employee that was there the night before and that she had been in the store. My concern was the video. A lot of businesses had video that would tape over themselves every 24 hours or had video that not everything was stored in a cloud back then. So
Okay, right.
I was worried about timeliness and capturing anything that would be helpful.
Were you still dealing with some businesses back then that had surveillance cameras that went to like VHS tape?
Yes, and also dealing with businesses that had fake cameras.
Okay. So when you determined that Norfolk Liquors had surveillance video and that she had been in the store the night before, what steps did you take?
I notified Detective Gibson. I made contact with the owner of Norfolk Liquors. I spoke to him about his camera system. I'm not horribly technical. I let him know it was very timely for me that if he could get there as soon as he could. I think I spoke to him around afternoon, and we agreed to meet there at 4 p.m. So I let Detective Gibson know that.
Okay, so you knew that the video that they had would still be available and maintained. You talked to the owner to make sure that it wasn't going to be taped over by that time period.
Yes.
All right. So when the owner came in, did he give you access to view the surveillance videos that they had?
Yes.
And were you able to determine certain times on the video that Sheila Devine had been in the store the night before?
Yes.
And was there an individual with her that the store owners were able to identify?
Yes.
Was that individual Eugene Mitchell?
Yes.
once you saw her on the video with, well, at any point, once you saw her on the video and recognized that she was with someone else, did you also then look on that video for any other times that Eugene Mitchell might have come back to the store or been in the store?
Yes, I did.
At that point, did you have any information that the defendant was a suspect?
No, I did not.
So you weren't looking for, you didn't show a photo of or ask the store owners about Guy Marcus Allen?
I did not.
Okay. And in fact, until you went into the liquor store and they identified Eugene Mitchell as the person that was with her in the store, did you have any information that he was a suspect?
No, I did not.
Right. So once the owner came in, were you able to view the videos from the liquor store?
I was, yes.
Were you able to obtain copies right then?
No, I was not.
Explain a little bit about what steps do you have to take depending on the surveillance system to get copies of video from different businesses?
At the time, I was instructed to contact our video unit employee technician, Dane Lawrence, I believe was his name. I let Detective Gibson know first, and then I contacted him. I was able to report to him what kind of video system I was looking at, the times of note where the victim was present, times of note that I had reported to Detective Gibson about, and asked him when was the soonest he could help me retrieve this, because it was going to be his job to pull the actual content off of the system that the owner had.
Okay, so you didn't obtain the copies of the video yourself?
No.
All right. While you were in the liquor store watching the videos, did you have any contact with, or did you get a chance to observe Eugene Mitchell?
Yes.
All right. Describe to the jury, did you have any actual interaction with Eugene Mitchell?
I had some verbal interaction with him when I was there a couple of days later with the video technician. We were back it's in the back of the liquor store, and it's an office / storage room, and there might have been a bathroom back there. I can't recall, but we were back there looking at the screens, and I was reporting to him the times that I had written down previously. So we were focusing on getting that captured and getting out of there. And who I came to find out was Eugene Mitchell. He walked back there and he started engaging us in conversation. So I was just letting him know that we had permission to be back there. We had permission to retrieve videotape, and I was trying to get him away from the civilian employee so he could do his job.
Okay. And at that point, when the technician obtained the copies of the videos, did that pretty much conclude your part of the investigation involving Norfolk Liquors?
Yes.
Okay. And we'll introduce the complete videos through a different witness, but there's some stills there that we went through with a different witness that have already been introduced into evidence. Are those, they're only from a certain time frame, obviously, and you would have looked at a much larger time frame, right?
Yes.
But did those stills look like part of the video that you obtained from Norfolk Liquors?
Yes. Yes. Yes.
All right, so that's part of what you looked at and then instructed the video technician from LMPD to get copies of from the liquor store.
Yes.
All right. Did you also, were you involved in any kind of research or investigation into a tan van or a brown van?
No.
Do you recall Detective Gibson asking you to look into a certain license plate or a certain vehicle?
I know I was requested to do a couple of forms of follow-up. That day, the day we first responded to the area and I was at the liquor store, I remember being asked to keep an eye out for a truck with a topper. I'm not sure of the color. I was also asked later on to follow up, and I found a collision report, and I'm not sure what vehicle was involved in that.
Okay.
But that's all I recall. I don't specifically recall tan or.
Okay, but any information you would have found about vehicles, you would then communicate to Detective Gibson because he was the one basically directing the investigation at that point.
Yes.
Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and was that pretty much your role in this investigation?
Absolutely. Yes.
All right, thank you, ma'am. I
Mhm.
believe defense may have some questions.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Go ahead, Mr.
Presume
Van
taking
Treese.
it. Detective, I just kind of want to go a little bit through the timeline on this and then talk a little bit about these videos. Looks like initially you were, your main role, it actually kind of turned out, was to go to the liquor store and kind of got these videos. You were doing a canvas, but that's where you found your most useful information, right?
Yes,
Okay. And when you walked in the liquor store, you didn't quite know what you were looking for at that point, right? Just surveillance video, any information, right?
correct.
That's what a canvas is. I'm going in here, see if they have anything I don't know, but maybe I'll luck out. And they did.
Correct.
And that's kind of what happened in this case. You were asking about what happened. And did you ask them, the employee there, if he knew the victim?
I did.
Okay. And I believe he told you that he did, right?
Yes.
Okay.
He said she was an infrequent customer. I
Right.
remember.
But then he actually said that you should talk to Eugene Mitchell because he knew the victim, right?
I think he directed me to call the owner and the employee that was working the night before.
Okay. The reason they knew Eugene, and forgive me if you said this, and I think you did, but he kind of worked there in an unofficial capacity, I guess you could say, right?
I did not say that, but
Okay.
I believe he swept up.
Right. That was my word. Sorry, the unofficial capacity. I don't know this. We can ask them when they come in. It didn't sound like he was a payroll employee. It sounds like he came and did odd jobs.
I'm unaware of.
Okay. But I guess the bottom line is they were familiar with who Eugene Mitchell was.
Yes.
Okay. And so once he put you in touch with the owner said, yes, we have video. Obviously, at that point, you're very interested because you don't want to lose it, right?
Correct.
So then you made an appointment with him to come down. It sounds like, it looks like just a few hours later that day to kind of start going through this, right?
Yes.
Okay. And that's when you kind of started looking for the victim on the videos, right?
Correct.
Because they directed you like, yeah, she was in the night before, right?
Correct.
Okay. Because you didn't just start scanning through the videos to see whatever you could find. They were able to kind of direct you to this is about the time that she was in.
They operated their own machine.
Right.
I did not touch their machine. So the owner of the store directed me to certain times. He was
Right.
aware she was there.
Right. That's my point. And so you were able to view different, and let me back up. There's not just one camera in this location, right? They've got a couple, like one outside and a few inside.
I remember it was a split screen. Their monitors had split screens.
Okay.
I don't recall how many cameras. they
It's
had.
different angles though,
Mhm.
right?
Yes.
Okay. And so you were able to observe video of the victim and Eugene Mitchell in the store the night before. Right?
Yes.
Okay. Bear with me 1 second. Actually, I need to come up to you. May I approach the witness, Judge?
You may.
Have you with me? I'll go back to the end if you want to, but I kind of to the point where you can start seeing them. Is this a portion of what you viewed that day that shows the victim and Eugene Mitchell? You remember seeing this?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, different angle, same day, correct? You can see the
I'm looking for
time.
the time.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah. This is from inside the store, right?
Correct.
So essentially, this kind of picks up where the other one left off. If they're walking inside the store together.
It appears that way. Yes.
Right. With your permission, I'm gonna skip ahead when I get back on the screen. And you can see they're buying something. That's the victim there. We're going to show the jury here in a second, but this is what you saw on that day, right?
Yes.
Okay. This is again, we're back to outside. You remember viewing this part because they're about to walk out, basically them leaving.
Yes.
Okay. So at least we get the part where they walk out. Make sure we're looking at the right thing. There they go. And do you remember watching this, that they basically hang out, interact for a little while?
I remember watching it, yes.
Okay. Oh, sorry, let's get too far ahead. But eventually they just walk down here and then they're out of screen, right?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Do these fairly represent, I mean, these are actually, these the same videos that you watched when you were in there that shows the victim and Mr. Mitchell together. Is that right?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. Judge, we would move to enter these as exhibits 46, 47, and 48, maybe video clips.
Any objection?
No.
So admitted.
And Judge, just like the other, well, first I'm going to ask to publish these to the jury.
That's fine.
And just like the other ones, we will record these on media and put it as part of the official record. Okay. Thank you, Josh. All right, so let's watch these now that we know what we're looking at. This first one here was the first one I showed you.
I would care.
Yeah, hang on, there's one. But I haven't put it on yet. I'm trying to actually get this to a full screen, so when we put it up on that screen, it's a little easier to see, but that may be beyond my abilities here. There you go. Okay. All right. So you'll agree with me, this kind of picks up. We've got two people walking around right here. This was the individual that you were able to identify as Eugene Mitchell, right?
That's the individual the employees told me.
Right.
It was
You were
Eugene
able to, through their identification, you were able to determine that was Eugene Mitchell, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And the blonde individual we saw, that's the victim in this case, Ms. Devine, correct?
Correct.
And again, you were able to identify her with the help of the employees, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Let's get to the next one. All right, so this is inside the store, right?
Yes.
And that right there, obviously, is the door that you walk in when you're kind of going in the main entrance, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so we saw them walk through a door in the previous video. Because I was saying this is that door, right? Okay. Now you're going to see them come back into screen here in a second. Obviously, they're going to stop at the register and buy something. Were you able to determine what they bought?
I do believe the owner told me what they bought or reported what they bought, and I would have put that in my investigative letter.
I'll tell you what, to not make things more complicated, let's get through this and I'll ask you about that. So you're not looking at the video and letter. So obviously this is Ms. Devine, at the top of the head here. This is Mr. Mitchell with his hoodie put up, correct?
Yes.
Hands her a paper bag. And he walks out with what he bought. Last one. Last one. Now we're back outside, right? And I forgot to ask you, the time is here at the top. So we've seen these, and I think you looked at it. We verified we're looking at it together. This is about 8:19 in the evening of the 11th, right? Correct. Okay. Meaning we watched about a couple minutes worth of videos. They walked up roughly around 8:17, 8:18, right? I can go back.
Yeah, I don't remember,
Yeah,
but
okay. They're leaving at 8:19. I think we can both agree on that. So again, we're back outside. This is the door that goes in there. Now this big guy here, you can see first, you can see them leaving. That's Mr. Mitchell in the hoodie, correct?
yes.
Okay. It appears to be the big guy here and Mr. Mitchell are having some sort of conversation. Were you able to ever identify who that is?
At some point, I identified somebody that came up later, maybe to retrieve Mr. Mitchell. I don't know if it's the same person as that gentleman.
Okay. I think we can talk about it when we get to your report. But I agree, this guy's wearing a multicolored jacket, right?
Yes.
Okay, so we saw and I'm going to rewind it just a little bit because we were focused on the big guy there. So they walk, Mr. Mitchell and Mr. Vine, they walk out this way. They're going to walk out of frame. You can't really see them too much. But they stop right here. You can see where they stop. Are you with me on that?
Up in the
Right
distance.
there. Still
Yes.
see 'em? So you see this van right here?
Uh-huh.
Would you agree with me that's a minivan, right?
Appears to be, it appears to be.
Right. It's not the best angle. I don't unfortunately have really a better angle. But and you agree it's kind of light in color, right?
It appears to be. Yes.
Okay. Can't tell exactly what color it is. We know it's not black or like blue or something like that. It's maybe a tan or light brown or something like that. Would you agree with that? Those are possible colors it could be. Agree. No, it's not the best,
Possibly. It's light,
Right.
lighter than the red car in the
Right.
foreground.
but definitely a minivan, definitely light in color. Okay.
Possibly a minivan. Yes, it appeared to be light in color.
Okay. All right. Now, so back out of this, I think we can move on a little bit. So you said that your report would help you kind of refresh your recollection in this.
I said that if I reported what she purchased or conveyed what I was told she purchased, it would be in my report.
Okay. I may approach the witness, and you're going to have to kind of forgive my marks on your report, but I'm going to make this easy on you and kind of bracket the area that I'm looking at. May I approach the witness?
You may.
Okay. This is your report. Just so you know.
Yes.
Okay. Second page, can you take a look at the kind of where I bracketed right there?
Yes.
Okay. Does that refresh your recollection? It was a couple of beers and some vodka, Heaven Hill vodka, to be exact.
Yeah, that's what I learned from the employee.
Got it. Okay. Yeah, because you can't tell from the video, right?
I could not, no.
You bear with me for 1 second. Okay. I may approach the witness again.
You may.
If you want to read this in any more detail, I have another copy somewhere, but I can't find it. So I don't want you to think I'm being unfair by just picking sections out, but this is about the guy in the multicolored coat. I think you said you couldn't remember, or I think you said if you had any information about him, it would be in your report. You see where you in there where you noted that Mitchell was having an interaction with him and you described it as an unknown male in a multicolored coat.
Yes.
Okay, and in looking at the videos, I think it's fair to say that that's who we're talking about, is that guy in the multicolored coat. on there.
Yes, because I put the time in my report.
Okay, yeah, actually, you reported it, then I just went. So that's the guy we're talking about. So if you were unable to get any sort of information about who that might be, right?
No, I didn't.
Okay. All right, so that's not, well, let me phrase it differently. You you correct me if I'm wrong, I'm kind of guessing that at this point, you're like, okay, we got some real evidence here, right? Which is why you brought in the tech to actually gather this in a more formal way. You don't want to take like just a couple screenshots with your cell phone and send that off. You wanted to gather all of this evidence.
It's more appropriate to have
Right.
the entire surveillance tape for the detective to look at.
Right, because this is from the night before, hours before the victim was assaulted. And this is pretty important stuff, especially in this stage.
Well, it documents that she was there at around 8 o'clock at night.
Yeah.
So
What,
I needed to secure it as effectively as I could
Right.
so he could watch the video.
yeah, no, I mean, they were both saying the same thing. I think you're probably putting it a little more official than I am, but yes, and so that was the reason that you brought in the tech, which was, I want to make sure, I think you said in direct, he's better with those things, which I get. I want to make sure I have all of this and we can review it and put it in as evidence.
It was
right?
our policy at the time, but it secured the tape for the lead detective.
Okay, and so because of that, you had to get the tech, and that's why you came back, I believe, on the 14th,
Yes.
right? Okay, and I'm assuming you made sure, hey, don't erase this, between now and then, we'll be back. And that's why you were able to find it on the 14th in the exact same condition you left it, right?
Right.
Okay, and I think you testified that you and the tech were sort of going through it. Were you on your own at that point, or were the employees there with you that time as well?
I know for sure it was Mr. Lawrence, the video tech, and I was back there. At some point, we addressed the employees and they knew we were coming to collect that, but I don't remember who was all standing in the room at that time.
Okay, and is that point, at some point while you're reviewing those videos with the tech, that's when Eugene Mitchell comes back to the scene, or that was poorly phrased. That's when Eugene Mitchell comes into the liquor store and is back at that small little room with you, right?
I don't know when he comes in the liquor store. I do know when I'm in the back room, Mr. Mitchell walked in the back room.
And he was very interested in what was going on, right?
He appeared to be, yes.
Okay. Was you trying to like watch it over your shoulder or hovering around? Because it sounded like you're trying to get him out.
I don't think so. He was just asking me what we were doing, and I just affirmed we had permission from the owner of the liquor store to be there.
Okay. So during this time, you were able to watch or obtain videos from a different time of that evening before, right? We were kind of at the 8 o'clock segment before. You were able to also obtain video from around 11, between 11 and 12, right?
I don't know if he collected the entire day.
Okay.
I just noted certain times where I saw the victim and another time where I saw Mr. Mitchell. But as far as the collection goes, I don't know what he collected. I just know that I noted certain times as I was going through the video.
And again, I think we're saying the same thing. So you were able to basically note two different segments of interest. One would be this first part that we just watched in the 8 o'clock hour. And then there's another segment where you were able to observe Mr. Mitchell there without the victim, right?
Correct.
Okay. And do you remember, or would you argue that was around between the 11 o'clock hour sometimes?
I think it was several hours later.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Well, I want to go through a few of those with you. We're going to kind of do the same thing we just did. Hold on. There. Okay. If I may approach the witness, Judge.
You may.
You'll agree with me, if you're looking at this, the time on this stamped is about 23:12, is that right, from the angle? So that's 11:12 PM.
Yes.
Okay. And who is this person in the video right here?
I can't. Really.
You angle it however you want, so I understand
It appears to be the employee.
okay. One of the guys at work, either the owner or the employee, right?
Yes.
Okay. I'll play for you a little bit. And that's Mr. Mitchell, right? Well, he'll come back.
I
for
couldn't
it.
tell.
Yeah, sorry. Again, if you want to bring it closer, I'm not gonna fuss at you. He'll be back in a second. But this is part of the segment that you were able to identify Mr. Mitchell being in the store by himself.
Correct.
Okay. And when you were talking to the employees about this, part of the reason you knew to kind of key in on this section was they told you that Mr. Mitchell was agitated and excited, I guess, another word, and yelling at people throughout the evening.
I know that they directed me to a time where he came back later, and this is what I identified.
Okay.
And the employee did report, and I wrote down several phrases he said about Mr. Mitchell's behavior.
Sure. Well,
I don't know if he said he was arguing with everybody. I'm not
okay.
sure.
All right. You'll agree with me that this is a video that I think it started around 12, and then it goes all the way to, I think it's gonna probably end about 8:18.
Well, that's 11.
Or sorry, 11. You're right. And that is part of the video that you observed, right?
Yes.
Okay. I'm gonna actually skip down to this one here. Sorry, wrong one. Now, this is the same liquor store, obviously, but this is the door angle, kind of similar to the one we saw before, right?
Correct.
Okay, we can see Mr. Mitchell right here, right? That's his hat. You can see the edge of that distinctive
I
hat.
can't see him yet.
Okay, you'll see him stick his head out here in a second, but. Now, this person that just walked in, did you know who that was at this point?
I don't think so, no.
Okay, were you able to later determine that that was actually Mr. Allen?
No, I did
Okay,
not.
all right. But at this point, you've seen this video before, and this is at about 11:23, correct? Seen that right?
No.
No, I'm sorry, I'm looking wrong.
11:44.
Sorry, my ankle's bad too. So if you don't mind, I'm gonna kneel next to you.
That's fine.
fine.
If you don't mind, I'm going to, excuse me.
No, you're fine. It's not a non-awkward way to do this,
Right.
unfortunately, especially with this setup. So, and we'll publish to the jury. So this lasts for about 2.5 minutes. So I'm going to go just so you can show that I didn't mess with it in any way, shape, or form. So, sorry. There we go. And you'll see Mr. Mitchell leave at about, or kind of walk to the door, not really leave it, at 11:46. Then you see Mr. Allen leave about a minute before that, right?
I don't know that that's
Sure,
Mr.
the guy, the tall guy.
Okay.
Okay. All right. So the bottom line is, and we'll show this to the jury, but do these fairly represent what you saw on that evening? Or these are the videos that you obtained, right?
Yes.
Okay. Judge, we would move to introduce these two videos as, I think it's 49 and 50.
No objection.
Again, those are, for the record, those are video clips, and we will make sure that those get into the record. All right. So get these loaded back up here, sorry. Okay. Oh, I didn't hit the right, there we go. Okay, you'll agree with me, this is inside the liquor store. Again, this is kind of the register view, right? And that's Mr. Mitchell right there, right? Kind of walking back and forth.
I believe so, yes.
Okay. And this is again 11:12 in the evening.
Correct.
Okay. These two people, this one I think you identify, we're talking, you believe that to be the employee that works there, this guy?
I do believe so.
Okay, and it's the guy on the phone over here, Mr. Halal, the owner?
I do think so, yes.
Okay. I've never met them either, so I can't. I can't correct it. So we see Mr. Mitchell. He's obviously pacing back and forth, and I think he kind of disappeared down here. He's right there. There he is, right there. And you'll agree with me, he's pretty animated right here, right?
Appears to be, yes.
And that is consistent with what the owner and the clerk told you, right? About the way he was acting that night.
Yes.
I think they said he was out of his mind. I think that's one of the phrases they used. Would you agree with me on that?
If that's what I wrote, I would agree with you.
Okay. There he is again, walking back and forth. And you agree that he doesn't appear to be working or anything. He's just there, pacing back and forth, not mopping up or cleaning up or anything. He's just yelling at the employees. It appears. Now, this little door back here, is that the room where the video equipment was?
Yeah, I think so. Yes.
Okay. Now, this guy here, were you able to identify who he is, this customer?
No.
You can see he's still arguing, pointing, still hyped up.
Appears to be talking to him and pointing at him, yes.
Yeah. Walking to the back, pointing at, I think, Mr. Law there. It goes back to the case and gets something. It looks like a beer to me. It's not 100% clear. That looks like kind of like a gold can. Would you agree with that?
That looks like a tall beer, yes.
Yeah, the tall boy. I think this thing. And one thing I want to point out, you can tell he's wearing that distinctive hat here, right, with the purple rim, black hat, purple rim. You make that out?
Yes.
Okay, so we know that as of 11 o'clock, or during that hour, he's wearing that hat while he's in the store, right?
Yes.
Okay, all right. All right, one more and then I think we're almost done. Okay. All right. So this is gosh, my math is not great, but this is roughly half hour later, give or take a little bit, right? 11:44.
Yes.
Okay. Front door again. Now, this is, I said, were you able to identify who this is? And that was a no. At that point, you didn't know, right?
No.
Okay. Down here, you can see the purple hat. We know that that's Mr. Mitchell, right?
No, that's the purple hat. I'm waiting to see.
And we heard testimony earlier that was Mr. Allen walking in there. So you can see him. He's wearing the same shirt from a clip we saw earlier,
Yes.
or photo we saw earlier. At this point, Mr. Allen and Mr. Mitchell are in the store at the same time, correct?
It appears.
Yeah.
Yes.
Mr. Allen's about to purchase something. It looks to me like the owner is going to go back over here. You were in the store. Is this where the tobacco products are? Or do you remember?
I don't remember.
Okay. Looks like you grabbed something from back there, and that's what Mr. Allen purchases. Mr. Mitchell's over here. They're right next to each other. You'll agree with me. They don't acknowledge each other at all, right? There is no interaction between the two of them right there.
At that point, I didn't see an interaction.
Right. And so you'll see Mr. Mitchell, and you can see the headlights of his truck right there. Or excuse me, Allen, you can see the headlights of his truck right there. That you can see. All right, I'll rewind it a little bit because we were kind of.
Yeah, I knew we approached.
You may.
Find it for a minute, just so because we were kind of focused on Mr. Mitchell, I think. This doesn't screw up the video. Yep, that's right up with me. Let me fix it here real quick. There we go. Okay, that's a good point to pick it up. All right. So we're back to where he purchases something. He walks out of the store. And you can see the grill of the truck right here, right? Through the window. It's not terribly clear,
But
yeah. You can see he walks up, and it'll become clear here in a second, but if you watch this. Mr. Mitchell's still in the store. There we go. You can see it right there. See it?
yes.
Okay. You can see it leaving. See it leaving right there? Right there.
Yes.
Okay. So Mr. Allen, or who we now know to be Mr. Allen, it's fair to say he left, Mr. Mitchell stayed behind. Do you agree with that?
I can't say that.
Well, Mr. Mitchell's still there, right?
Right, but I can't say that Mr. Allen left. I don't.
Okay.
You're asking me to see things I can't see.
All right. Well, you saw that truck leave, right?
I did see
And I
that.
think I know it's unfair because there were some stills earlier that you didn't see, but you'll acknowledge that Mr. Mitchell stayed behind the store after Mr. Allen left. He was still there at the end of the video,
On the
right?
truck back.
Okay. And Mr. Allen was no longer in the store.
Correct.
Right, okay. Okay. Last couple things and I'm almost done. Back to this Natividad cruise. I think you testified a little bit about that. You researched that because Detective Gibson asked you to, right?
I think I was asked to research a person by the last name of Cruz. My lieutenant asked me on behalf of Detective Gibson and Detective Vance. I think that's how that trickled down. Anyway, I did research it.
Right, and again, I'm not gonna split hairs about this, I just want to make sure it's clear. Will your report help?
Yes.
Okay. She kind of picks up here at the very last paragraph. And on the next page.
Yes.
And so does that refresh your recollection that the way I read it, at least, that it was Detective Gibson requested that you track down this Natividad Cruz, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and you did find some information, and I think it was an accident report, right?
Yes.
Okay. Again, do you want this back or?
I mean, it's an accident report. It
Right.
was some sort of collision.
Right. And basically, what I want to get is, it took you a little while to find that, but you did, because it wasn't an accident that you worked, you found it from other officers, right?
I found a report in the system.
Right,
And
that's
I
what-
think it took me a while to contact the officers. They were on off days.
Right, because there's a system where you can actually type in a person's name and accident reports and probably other information come up, but you guys have like a central database for that, right?
Well, collision reports are, at the time, were in a different one, but yes, you
Okay.
could type in a name.
Right, and that's how you found it. And then you found this accident report, and then you forwarded it to Detective Danson. Does that sound right?
Yes.
I don't think I have anything further. Judge.
Ms. Gray, anything else?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
May this witness be excused? Thank you, ma'am. You may be
Oh,
excused.
Judge, could we approach on that before the witnesses excuse, please?
Okay. If you'll just wait for a second. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our lunch break. It is now approximately noon. If you'll please be back outside in front of the courtroom at 1 o'clock, please remember the admonition.
All right.
All right, thank you. You all may be seated. Ms. Gunning?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Ms. Eggers. Could you please introduce yourself to the jury? I believe so. Judge, is it okay if she takes her mask off?
Yes, you can leave it on or take it off, whatever's most comfortable for you. If you could just make sure you speak into that microphone in front of you so that everyone in the courtroom can hear you.
Okay, my name's
Yes,
Joyce Eggers. I'm the HR manager for Cardinal Aluminum Company.
And how long have you been employed at Cardinal Aluminum?
Next month be 44 years.
Well, happy almost anniversary. Are you familiar with the company papers that the company prepares? The employment records, time attendance sheet?
Yes, I'm responsible for all that.
Are those things that you all keep in the regular course of business?
Yes,
And was a Guy Marcus Allen employed at Cardinal Aluminum in 2013?
yes.
Now, I want to ask you a couple of questions about that. Specifically, when he began his employment, what was his hire date?
August 31st, I believe it was 2013.
August 31st of 2013. And at that time, did he provide a phone number, a cell phone number that he could be reached at?
If he did, it would be on that application.
And Ms. Eggers, I think some folks are having a hard time hearing you. If you would sort of lean into that microphone in front of you.
Okay,
Is that better? Okay.
I'm sorry.
And you said if he did provide a cell phone number, it would be on the paperwork.
Yes, yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, if I may approach the witness.
You may.
If you would take a look at that.
Yes, that's his phone number. That's my scribbles on there.
Okay. And what is the cell phone number that was provided in August of 2013?
489-1096.
Area code 502?
Yes,
Okay. And time attendance records, did you also provide a copy of those for the month of November?
yes.
If I may approach the witness with Commonwealth 166.
You may.
Please take a look at that. And back in 2013, what shift did Mr. Allen work?
He worked the weekend night shift, 7 p.m. to 7 a.m., Friday, Saturday, and Sundays.
Is that a pretty set shift?
Yes,
So he wouldn't work other days of the week.
normally, no, he could have for overtime or something, but he didn't on his record.
Okay. So specifically, I want to ask you about November 10th. Did Mr. Allen work on that date?
Yes, he worked 12-hour shift.
And so he worked a 12-hour shift. Does that mean that he got off on the early morning of the 11th?
Yes, 7 a.m.
Did he work on the evening of November 11th?
No,
Did he work on November 12th at all?
no,
And Your Honor, at this time, I would move to admit Commonwealth 166 into the record.
Okay. So admitted.
Ms. Eggers, I believe those are all the questions that I have for you at this time. Thank you.
thank you.
No question.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. You may be excused.
Okay, thank you. You want your papers back?
Next witness for the Commonwealth.
Yes, Your Honor. The Commonwealth calls Miss Linda Thomas. We can go ahead and call Detective Yolanda Baker.
Good afternoon, Detective. If you would please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give will be the truth and the whole truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Please have a seat. You can take your mask off or leave it on when you're answering questions. If you would just lean into the microphone.
Okay.
Good afternoon. Could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Good afternoon. Yes, my name is Yolanda Baker.
And how are you currently employed?
I'm currently employed now with the Louisville Metro Police Department as a civilian. I'm the executive assistant to the chief of police.
How were you employed back in 2013?
In 2013, I was employed as a sworn police officer in the homicide unit.
How long did you spend in homicide?
I spent 10 years in homicide,
And how long in law enforcement altogether?
altogether 25 years.
Could you please tell the jury a little bit? I believe you're the first homicide detective that we're hearing from. Could you please tell the jury how the homicide unit works?
How the homicide unit works, of course, we investigate homicide, not all unnatural causes of death, which are overdoses, suicide. And if you want me to explain how we get our cases,
Yes. How many detectives are supposed to be in the homicide unit?
we're supposed to have at least 20 to 25 detectives. The way we get assigned to be the lead investigator in a homicide case is that out of the 20 or 25 so detectives, we have a list. So let's just say with this case, Detective Jason Vance was next on that list to pick up a homicide case. So that's how he became to be the lead investigator.
So even though there's a lead investigator assigned to a case, is he the only one that works the case?
No, he is not. We work together as a team.
And in this particular case, did you become involved on January 13th of 2014 in the assistance of an execution of a search warrant?
Yes, I did.
We heard a little bit earlier about what search warrants are, but first I want to take you to 4403 Kern Court Apartment Number 2.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you respond to that apartment?
I did.
And are you aware whose address that is?
Yes.
Whose address is it?
I believe it is the defendant's address.
Okay, Guy Marcus Allen's
Yes,
address.
yes.
And what were you all tasked with doing at 4403 Kern Court?
Well, we had executed a search warrant for that apartment. So we were tasked with locating any evidence that would be associated to that murder.
And were you specifically looking for electronics, cell phones, things of that nature?
Yes, anything that's associated with the homicide that would lead us to more evidence with the conviction or the arrest of Mr. Allen.
And are you the only detective that was present at that scene?
No, I am not.
Is that pretty usual?
Yes, it's always more than one detective there to do a search warrant.
And then I want to take you to the vehicle that
Yes.
was seized from that location.
Mhm.
So what kind of vehicle did you all take from 4403 Kern Court?
We were able to confiscate and transport it was a Chevy Tahoe. When I refer to my notes,
If that will help
Yes.
refresh your recollection.
this is my investigative letter. So we were able to transport a 1995 blue Chevrolet Tahoe truck.
And who was that vehicle registered to?
It's registered to a Tracy Harris.
And were you aware of who that vehicle was being driven by on a regular basis?
Yes,
Who? was
the
that?
defendant, Mr. Allen.
And what did you do with the vehicle after it was seized?
The vehicle was towed to our auto theft garage by our tow company, which is owned by the Louisville Metro Police Department. It was taken to our auto theft garage, and with a search warrant, I was able to execute that search warrant and process that vehicle.
Were you the only individual that was processing the vehicle, or did you have assistance?
I actually had assistance from two of our crime scene unit techs,
Is that also pretty standard?
very standard.
Approach for just one moment.
You may.
Okay, Detective, you're back to the items that were recovered from that vehicle.
Yes, ma'am.
So I'm just gonna start at the top, and if you will just kind of give me a confirmation that these are the items that you
Okay.
collected. So from that vehicle that was found at 4403 Kern Court, you all collected a black and silver Apple brand iPhone,
Correct.
and you also collected multiple pairs of cream colored gloves, I believe 4.
Correct.
You also collected a gray hooded zipped sweatshirt
Yes, ma'am.
and actually another cream colored gloves, so that would make 5.
Yes.
And finally, you all also collected a pair of gray Nike athletic shoes, size
Correct.
15. Okay. And then from the actual residence itself, were items also collected from that residence?
I did enter the residence, but I do know items were collected, but at that time I exited that location and went to go and process the truck.
So your focus was processing this vehicle?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that pretty standard that you get a specific assignment on a case?
Yes.
After you completed the processing of the vehicle, did you have any other involvement in this investigation?
No, I did not.
Those are all the questions that I have for you at this time.
Thank you.
No question.
Any other questions? All right. Thank you. Next witness.
Miss Linda Thomas.
Okay. Ms. Thomas, good afternoon. Before you have a seat, if you could please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give will be the truth and the whole truth?
I do.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Please have a seat, be comfortable. When you're answering questions, you can take your mask off if that's more comfortable for you, or leave it on, whatever you prefer.
If I could take it off?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
But one way or the other, I'm going to ask that when you're answering questions that you lean into that microphone right in front of you so
Okay.
everyone can hear you. Go ahead.
And the time.
And how are you currently employed?
I'm a trial analyst and I am employed in custodian of records for AT&T.
How long have you been employed in that capacity?
Over 30 years.
And as a custodian of records and a trial analyst, what are some of your duties?
To appear on behalf of AT&T to authenticate telephone records that has been subpoenaed to fulfill their legal obligation.
And does AT&T keep records for every phone number that they provide a service to?
Yes, they do.
Does AT&T also sometimes keep records for other smaller companies, for example, Cricket?
Yes, they do.
And is that because at one point in time, Cricket was purchased by AT&T?
That's correct.
And in this particular case, was AT&T asked to provide 2 sets of records?
Yes, they were.
And Your Honor, if I may approach Commonwealth's 167 and 168.
You may.
Have you had any chance to review those records prior to testimony?
Yes, I have.
And were those the records that are maintained in the regular course of business by AT&T?
Yes, they are.
Your Honor, at this time, I would move to admit Commonwealth's 167 and 168.
Any objection?
No. No.
So admitted.
Okay. So starting with the first target phone number being 502-714-4471.
Okay.
And could you please tell us who was the subscriber for that number?
The subscriber information, customer name Eugene Mitchell, customer address 2011 Landing Drive, Louisville, Kentucky, activated on 3/30/2012.
Now, Your Honor, permission to publish?
You may.
Thank you. So I just want to go through what some of these columns mean and what information they are giving us.
Okay,
So starting with the very first, with that very first column that says target,
okay.
what is that column telling us?
Target is the subscriber's number that the search was performed on.
So that number is going to be the same all the way throughout the records.
That's correct.
And then what is the recipient number?
That is the column that the phone number received the call.
And what about the caller ID?
The call ID is the number of the caller.
Okay, so in the first example, the very first line here, that means that 716-557-8779 actually called the target number.
That's correct.
And then our date and time, pretty self-explanatory.
I'm sorry, I didn't have the records pages up, so if you don't mind, if I could, so I can follow. Okay,
So the next columns are date and time.
that's correct.
And the time, are these records in the time zone that we are currently in?
Well, as far as cricket records are concerned, local time at the serving MSS for each call event. Note that Cricket's Las Vegas market is served by Phoenix, Arizona MSC. Since AZ does not observe daylight saving time, call times for Las Vegas calls will appear 1 hour ahead of local time during winter. So I'm trying to see.
Being that we're not in Las Vegas
Right,
or
yeah, I'm sorry.
Arizona,
Yes,
does this mean that these are in our local time?
it looks like that, yes.
And then duration, is that also pretty self-explanatory? That's how long the communication is?
Yes, that's the actual calculated time interval for the event. The duration begins when caller presses send for outgoing calls or when the switch starts searching for phone for incoming calls.
To make sure that I understand that, does that mean that the duration time is not the actual time from pickup of a phone call, but the time from when the call is placed and how long it engages with the phone?
With the switch, correct.
And then what is the next column?
The next column is the direction, which indicates the directional flow of the call and also other event types and some miscellaneous.
So for example, what does LM mean?
LM is mobile to land, mobile terminated call. Target number is the terminating number.
And then LL, for example?
LL. let's see. It's a routing event that does not attach to a cell site. It comes from one switch and is sent out to a switch. So that's switching information used internally.
Just internal information for T-Mobile or
That's
for Cricket, I
That's
apologize.
correct.
What is the MSC column?
The MSC is the mobile switching center serving the calls. So MSC and MSTZ, those are more internal network features.
And then the answer status?
The answer status, the conventional, there's two possibilities under the answer status, and it's 0, 0, and 0, 1. 0, 0 represents the call was answered, and 0, 1, the call was unanswered.
What is the next column?
Completion code is the next column. Yes, completion code, description of how the call is completed. And they have codes from generally 000 through 0003.
And is there actually a key that came with these records that is included in the items that I provided you?
Yes, there is.
And then finally, the last column says SF. What is that?
Okay, SF, pardon me, special feature codes indicates a feature active and involved in the call event.
And Cricket back in 2013, was that a prepaid service?
Yes, it was.
What is the difference between a prepaid service and regular service through AT&T?
Prepaid is that, you can just purchase a phone and not a phone and some time without a lot of questions asked as far as your identity. But with the postpay, you get more information about the person who is buying the service, subscribing to the service.
Thank you. I think those are all the questions that I have regarding those records. And if we could move on to the records for 502-489-1096.
Okay,
So you mark those as a second number.
Yes, that is 168.
okay.
And Your Honor, these have already been introduced. If I may have permission to publish. Thank you. Before we go through the columns like we did with the last one, do you have subscriber information for these records?
Yes, I do.
And who,
I'm sorry. Yes, I do. Sorry.
who is the owner of this account?
Okay, the owner of the account is Tracy Harris with a billing address of 6101 Dutchman's Lane, number 130, Louisville, Kentucky.
And how long was this phone active?
Service start date was from 8/20/2006. Okay, I'm sorry, it was active from February 18, 2010 through May 15th through 2014.
And these records here, I've got them up on the screen. So I want to also start with column by column, and we're actually going to start on one of
Okay,
page 9. I think they're all about the same though. But so we have item number and then connection date. Is that the date that the communication was made?
that's correct.
And then we have connection time and it says UTC. What does that mean?
UTC stands for Universal Time Coordinating. And that's the time zone that the databases, excuse me, that the databases transverse the information. That's the time code that the databases uses.
So that's not necessarily the time zone that the calls are made in.
That's correct.
And are you responsible for converting the time zone?
No, I'm not.
Now, UTC in general, is it about a 4 to 5 hour difference depending on daylight savings time?
That's correct.
So unlike the last set of records that we saw, which were in local time, these records are not.
No, they're not.
And then if you could tell us, what is the seizure time?
The seizure time is the time that it takes for the call to be sent out and to connect. So it's working to get to the terminate number.
And what about the column that states ET?
That's how long the call lasts, elapsed time.
The originating number
That would be the number that placed the call,
and the terminating number.
and that would be the number the call terminated to.
Okay, so here we have 502-489-1096, which is the target number for these records.
Correct.
Does this mean that that number is calling 502-240-8204?
That is correct.
What is the IMEI number?
That is the number that identifies each device. Every device has their own unique IMEI number.
And what is the IMSI number?
The IMSI number is a unique 15-digit identifier given to each mobile subscriber and is stored on the subscriber's identity module, which is better known as their SIMS card.
What does CT mean?
And that's the call type. And this denotes if the leg of a call is an originating leg or a terminating leg.
And then finally, the feature?
The feature column represents the type of call that occurred as recorded by our network and used for purposes of processing a call on the AT&T's network. These are not necessarily indicative of features on a customer's account or the type of services subscribed to.
So is it fair to say that kind of the last four columns are columns that are used by AT&T internally?
Yes, it would be.
And what matters to us here, what we see here is the date, time, and the originating and the terminating number. That is kind of the call time
That's correct.
between two numbers.
That's correct.
Do these records also show records for text messages?
Let's see. Yes, it do.
So that we have phone calls and text messages in this set of records.
Let me make sure. Yes, yes, you do.
And when a phone company provides phone records, are you able to give us the content of the text or just the time that they occurred on?
Just the time they occurred on.
All right, Ms. Thomas, I believe those are all the questions that I have for you at this time. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
No questions, Your Honor.
All right, may this witness be excused?
Oh, thank you, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Next witness for the Commonwealth.
The Commonwealth calls Mr. Mike Bosillo, Bosillo.
Good afternoon, sir. Up here. If you would please come up to this witness stand that we have temporarily placed in the middle of the courtroom. Before you have a seat, please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give will be the truth and the whole truth? Thank you. Please have a seat. While you're asking, or rather answering questions, you can take your mask off or leave it on, whatever's most comfortable. Just speak into that microphone in front of you, please. You may.
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Michael Dominic Bosillo. That's Bosillo.
And how are you currently employed?
I'm employed by a T-Mobile cell phone company, which includes Metro PCS and Sprint.
What do you do for T-Mobile?
I'm what we call a custodian of records testifier.
And did you review records for phone number 502-240-8204 for this case?
I have.
And was T-Mobile actually the cell phone provider for that phone number?
Yeah, T-Mobile. It's a Sprint number though.
And would it be fair to say that was also a track phone at the time?
Yes, ma'am, it was.
Did T-Mobile at some point purchase track phone or keep records for track phone?
Correct.
Your Honor, if I may approach with Commonwealth 169. Okay. Mr. Basillo, if you could please take a look at these. And did you get a chance to review those records prior to your testimony here today in a digital format?
I did.
Your Honor, at this time, I would move to introduce Commonwealth 169.
Any objection?
No objection.
And permission to publish.
You may.
If you can kind of walk us through these column by column, what is the MSI SDN column telling us?
It stands for Mobile Subscriber International Station Directory Number. And what that is, that's just that's an acronym for the actual phone number that you're talking about, the target phone number.
Okay, so that is going to be the same all the way down, and that is for the target phone number of 502-240-8204.
Correct.
Are you aware if TracFone or T-Mobile had subscriber information for this number?
They won't have subscriber information, but they do have a number attached to that.
And why is there no subscriber information?
Because on track phones, we aren't permitted. Federal law prevents us from asking for confirmation on identification because we're not extending credit. It's just pay as you go. If I can walk in a grocery store, you buy a loaf of bread, you pay the money, you get the product. So we're not extending credit and putting the person on a payment plan like we do so many others.
And then the IMSI column, what is that telling us?
Yes, that's the International Mobile Subscriber Identity.
What does that mean?
That means that that's a unique number, very much like a fingerprint, for that particular subscriber. So if the individual wants to change their name or address or whatever, this is always constant.
The IMEI column?
That's International Mobile Equipment Identity. And that just basically provides you with a number associated with the target, the phone itself.
Is it safe to say that the first three columns are columns that are used by the cell phone company internally?
Oh, yes, ma'am.
And then we have event type. What does that tell us?
Event type is really just two basic ones. One is voice communication, your standard phone call to and from. The other is SMS, short message system, and that's what's commonly referred to as texting.
So anytime SMS is depicted, that is a text message. And for example, this here, would that be an example of an actual voice call?
Yes, it would be.
And the start time, is that pretty self-explanatory? Is that the date and time that the call was placed?
It is a month, day, year, hour, minute, seconds, AM or PM.
I want to talk to you a little bit more in detail about the actual time that the call is placed. Are these records in any certain time zone?
Central.
The times of the calls. So for example, this call here was placed at 3:31:37 a.m. Are you able to, with specificity, tell us that that is in a time zone, or was something called switch pooling involved?
No, when switch pooling is involved, which it was back in 13. It's no longer that way anymore. Back in 13, if a special event occurred and the network was flooded, well, they would have problems with people being able to communicate. So what they did was they ended up getting different towers that could facilitate them, because a switch will provide you all this information on all the towers. If you have too many, then it gets overloaded. So back then, what they would have, you couldn't tell them if you were, like, say, we're in Louisville. You have a local switch close by. But if it's in a pooling system, which it was back in 13 and even before that, if your switch, which your tower you're trying to hit off of is busy, then it's going to rotate to another tower. Now, with pooling, that could mean, it might not mean you're going up to Ohio, one closer, or even New York. You might hit on a switch that's in California. Now, where this comes into trying to understand, you may have a certain time here in Eastern Standard Time, but when it hits that switch, the time that it designates is Pacific Standard Time. So you're going to see a 3-hour difference. because they had to use that switch. They tried not to, but, and they've corrected the problem since, but back then, that's what they would run into.
So you said they've corrected the problem since.
Yes.
These records that we have, these do not tell us which switch and which time zone is activated.
No, for the purpose of the pooling technique that they had to use in order to affect the connectivity. If it tried and it couldn't get through to your local switch, then where was it going to go? It would seek out and find another switch, regardless of what four corners of the United States it was in.
So here we have, and I'm actually going to go down to line item 140, just to use it as an example. So here we have 11/12/2013. There's an incoming voice call at 8:38 a.m. And the way that you are describing this to us, would it be fair to say that if we are in Louisville right now, let's round it up to 2 o'clock. I make a phone call and my phone call goes through the Louisville towers. It does not engage any other switch. Would that log in as Eastern Standard Time?
Yes, if it's in this time zone.
Okay. If I then hang up the phone and I make a second phone call, and that second phone call starts at the Louisville tower, but then it engages a switch that is, let's say, in Indianapolis, which is an hour difference.
Okay.
Would that call then log at the Indianapolis
To
time?
log at the Indianapolis time, and correct me if I'm wrong, I think they're in Central, aren't they? Okay, so it would show Central as opposed to it being Eastern here.
So those two calls on the records would show one came in at 2 o'clock and the other one came in at 3 o'clock
Correct,
on these records.
correct.
But it could also be up to a 3-hour difference if it hit the California switch.
Right, you have to keep in mind, 3 hours distinction between New York and LA. East Coast, Eastern, Central, Mountain, and Pacific. Whichever time zone it connected with that switch, whatever time it was, that's what's going to show, even though you may be in Louisville, Kentucky.
I think I understand that now. So moving on to the next column, it says direction, outgoing, incoming. Is that pretty self-explanatory as well?
Yes, sir.
And connected to, what information is that giving us?
That just indicates a particular number that it was connected to.
So line item 2, does this mean that the target phone number 502-240-8204 is calling 502-472-3536?
That's correct, ma'am.
And then we have these columns that say First Tower, LAC, Cell ID, First Tower Tech. What are all of these columns
Right.
telling us?
In order to clarify that, you got 3 things are necessary. You got to have a handset, you got to have a tower, and you got to have a switch. Handsets give out relatively weak signals, so the engineers plot the towers approximately 2.5 miles apart, so that your signal is picked up by the nearest, strongest tower, and then it's further powered up. The towers, I say tower, I'm talking about on top of a roof, along the side of a building, on top of a building, those disc-shaped objects, spherical objects. It hits that, and then it shoots over to the switch, and the switch is the gatekeeper. It's the one that makes the call work. After it's done that, then it shoots out, and it also seeks out the strongest, nearest tower adjacent to the number you're trying to reach. So that completes that circuit. Now, you see the first and last tower information. Everything's initiated on the first tower that it hits off of. Now, if it doesn't go beyond that, the information in first tower will be the same as it won't have any other information because it never left that circular tower coverage area. However, if the phone's moving and it traverses different towers, then it ends up at a terminating tower, and that information is populated. All we do is monitor the beginning and the end tower. And then these towers, of course, give you geographic areas where that signal hit off of that tower located it according to the GPS latitude and longitude.
Is that information captured for text messages?
Not that information, no.
Okay, and is that why all of these columns say NA?
Right. Text messaging is a little different technology, especially back then. Now they're starting to do it, but I'm talking about now. But back then, definitely, they just wouldn't. They didn't capture. It's that simple.
Looking at a voice call, though, we do have location information.
Correct.
Okay. And then one last thing that I want to ask you about, starting on the morning of November 12th, right here, line item 140, we have something that looks a little odd happening. So we have an incoming call at what is logged in 11, 12, 13, 8:30, 8:13 a.m. And then we also have an outgoing call at the very same time to 805, 637, 7249. And that 805 number continues to show up, and those outgoing and incoming calls continue to show up on these records at the same exact time. What does that mean?
Well, the top one with the yellow coloring in it, that means a call came into the target number, your 8204, and it wasn't answered for whatever reason. So then it went to voicemail. Now, the second entry below it is sending this voicemail notification to the person saying, you've got voicemail. That's where that 1-805 637 7249. That's the code to let you know you've got voicemail. So it's basically 2 entries for the same call.
And we have that for the remainder of the record. And that voicemail number, is that the same number every single time?
It is.
Those are all the questions that I have for you at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Any questions?
No, ma'am.
All right. May this witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you, sir. You may be excused. Next witness.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth calls Special Agent Jennifer Banks.
Good afternoon, Agent. If you'll please step up to the witness stand. Yeah. We've moved things around because of COVID. So our jury's out there now. We've moved the witness stand up a little bit. So if you would please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give will be the truth and the whole truth? I do. Thank you. You can have a seat. You're welcome to keep your mask on or take it off, whatever is comfortable for you when you're answering questions. Just lean into that microphone so everyone can hear you.
All right, if you could, please introduce yourself to the jury.
Yes, my name is Jennifer Banks.
And how are you employed?
I'm a special agent with the FBI.
How long have you been with the FBI?
Almost 19 years.
And can you give the jury a little bit of information about your educational background?
Yes, I have a bachelor's degree in business and accounting and a master's in business as well.
Okay. And where were you employed prior to joining the FBI?
I was at a public accounting firm named Deloitte & Touche, now just Deloitte.
Now, going back to your employment with the FBI, what are your current responsibilities?
I'm currently assigned to our cellular analysis survey team, also known as CAST. I do that full time now, and I'm considered a national asset. They call me. I support cases across the country.
All right. What offices and assignments have you held within the FBI?
I was assigned to Baltimore, my first office. Worked a lot of white collar and terrorism there. Then at Washington, D.C. field office, I worked violent crime. And then in the Seattle field office, Spokane satellite office out of that division, I worked gangs and drug cases.
You've already told us what CAST is. Can you explain what is historical cell site analysis?
Yes, since working criminal investigations like the violent crime and drug cases I talked about, I typically would get cell site records or phone records from the service providers like AT&T, T-Mobile. We obtain those records in our cases. You know, the target phone number is calling and who's calling that person, or texting, or nowadays data, right? We can see your data sessions. It'll tell us the time and date, and then also what cell towers you use to facilitate those transactions.
Okay. What's the purpose of historical cell site analysis?
So the goal is to, a couple goals. One is to develop a pattern of that user, like most common tower, main contacts. But mostly we use it to determine the general location of a phone at certain time periods.
What are the three main components of cellular analysis, cell site analysis?
When I'm conducting a review of records, I need to get the records, which we call detail records, or CDR. And that means the to and from and the cell sites. I also need to get a tower list, which the phone companies, so if you have a Sprint phone, for example, you would need to get all the Sprint towers that were in an area of your concern. So I would need all the towers in Louisville, for example. And that tells me every single tower here, not just the one the target phone used. I also then will create a map. So it's kind of the third component. It's just far easier to visualize a tower than it is to just read numbers. And that's the third piece.
So is the map like a compilation of the data that you're reviewing?
Correct.
As part of CAST, have you received any specialized training in this particular area as far as cellular technology and historical cell site analysis?
Yes, not only did I have several years of experience working with the records, but I also attended training from outside vendors, government contractors, as well as the service providers. And every year I get recertified in a week-long training that consists of similar training cadre.
Okay, so when we're talking about training and how to interpret the actual cell phone records, do you actually receive that training in addition to what you receive from the FBI? Do you receive the training from the actual service providers? For example, Verizon, do they come in and train you as to how to interpret their records?
Yes, and it's ever more important now as the networks change, become more sophisticated, and they even struggle to keep up with, servers that can put out this data for law enforcement.
And how long did you say you've been specializing in this particular type of analysis and investigation?
I've been using CDRs in my cases since 2007, probably. And then I was certified in 2011 as CAST.
And how often would you say, on average, you analyze cell service provider records?
Every day.
Have you worked on cases where, what are some of the ways, in addition to historical information, that you can use this information?
I'm sorry, I don't understand your question. So
have you worked on cases where you were called to determine the immediate location of a cell phone?
Oh, I understand. So to use cell site analysis for not only historical, but we also use it prospectively. So for example, we had a missing person as a result of an avalanche in Idaho. And so I was asked to assist with looking at that victim's phone records, and then was able to generate a search location for them. And they were able to, unfortunately, found her body, but at least we were able to find her. Okay. So kind of real time, if you will.
So is that one of the ways, I guess, that your focus and your analysis, do you validate your ability to analyze these records based on cases like that, where you're able to actually locate a specific victim in real time?
Yes. So when I look at data historically, I'm looking at it from the standpoint of like, if I was looking for this phone, where would I go to look for that phone? Obviously, I'm not going to go back in time and stop otherwise I'd try to stop a crime from happening. But no, I'm approaching it from that standpoint, using the experience I've had in the times I've located these phones, using it in real time to apply that historically.
Do you do other things to validate your historical cell site analysis?
Yes. So if we can, we'll drive test. So I have equipment available to me to go into the field and measure the signals as they exist. What gets in the way of that is time, right? So 5 years ago, there was no 5G towers being put up. So you have to assess how the network might have changed when you try to do a drive test. Other things I do is I go to the site myself. If I can see it, I'll observe the tower, I'll observe terrain, I'll observe, just the general area and the network that is built.
So you talked about one example, but have you been involved in active ongoing cases where you've been able to locate either missing victims or fugitives using this type of analysis?
Yes, quite often.
Have you given training yourself to other law enforcement agencies, other FBI agents, and other organizations in this particular field?
Yes.
Now, in this particular case, have you testified in courts? You talked about being an asset. Do you testify in courts across the country about this type of analysis?
Yes.
Now, were you asked to analyze phone records in reference to this particular case, Commonwealth of Kentucky versus Guy Marcus Allen?
Yes.
And did you complete a historical cell site analysis for this case?
I did.
Did you prepare a PowerPoint that documented, as you said before, your report and the map that you create to compile that data?
Yes.
You're going to approach the witness?
You may.
Great. Special Agent Banks, I'm handing you what's been marked as Commonwealth Exhibit 170. Do you recognize that document?
Yes, it's my report.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, the Commonwealth would move to admit and publish Exhibit 170.
Any objection?
No. No, ma'am. Thank you.
So admit it.
All right, Agent, I'll put it, there are two screens. Right, so first, can you start with just briefly explaining to the jury how cell phones work and communicate with a cellular network?
Yes, so most people have a phone, if not two phones anymore, unfortunately. So when your phone's sitting here idle, it will scan the towers that are providing service to this area. And there's not just one, there's multiple frequencies that are coming to this building that are providing you service. That being said, there is one tower that your phone will say, hey, this is the strongest one that I see right now. And that's the one I'm going to use when I get a call or make a call. That tower is the one that populates in the phone records that the service providers give us as the first tower, they'll call it typically. You might also see a last tower, or you might see handoffs. So once you're in the call, the network might put you to other frequencies or other cell sites that you see as it manages resources. And you might see those in certain providers' records, but every provider will provide you that first one. And again, that first one is the strongest, clearest signal that you see where your phone sees where it's sitting idle.
So do cell phone towers always, or do cell phones always use or access the closest tower?
No.
Why not?
It's not necessarily the strongest signal that you're seeing at that time.
All right. What records do cell phone companies keep to document the activity that you just talked about?
They keep the call detail records.
And can you determine the general location of a cell phone at any given, at a certain time, based on the records that the cell phone companies keep?
I can determine the location at times when the phone has made or received calls or been in a data session, for example. But if there's no call or text being made, then that information is not collected by the service providers and provided to us.
Right. If you would, let's walk through just briefly what these slides depict.
Okay, so in this investigation, I was initially provided two locations of interest, and I mapped those locations on this map. The first one is 4204 Norbrook Drive, and that's denoted by that red flag. And then 4403 Kern Court, and that's by the orange flag. And as you can see, those are both kind of right on top of each other. They're very close together. And those are the two flags there. This particular map shows also a bunch of orange and blue dots. I showed those separately from another map, but this map shows the orange and blue are T-Mobile and AT&T towers in 2013. So you can see downtown Louisville, we have quite a cluster of them. You know, certain areas, they're a little more clustered, but one thing I always like to note is you see along the freeways, how they're kind of lined up there, because that's where we spend a lot of time, right? Unfortunately, but they're
Would it help if I hand you the pointer?
Oh, sure. So the service providers are building their network, provide maximum coverage for you as a customer. They're in the business to make money. And if you drop calls all the time, you call and complain, or you go to another service provider. And then I did one more map. If you could go to the next page. This is also green. Back when I did this report, our software didn't have the capability to change colors other than the default, but now I would have put them all on one map and put them together. But this is Cricket, which is in the orange. At the time, Cricket was its own entity. They had their own towers. Since then, they've been acquired by AT&T. So if that sounds familiar to you, that's why. But at this time, AT&T did not own Cricket.
Right. So we're talking about tower locations back in 2013. If I asked you today to do this type of report, could you contact the phone companies and get specific tower locations for 2013? Because I'm assuming that there have been, since 2013, additional towers added to any location at this point.
Yeah, so as long as law enforcement obtained the call detail records in time, because the retention from each provider is very different. As long as you obtain that, today I could still go back and get the archive of the tower list in 2013. It's actually hosted on a server by the NDCAC, which is the NDCAC. It's an organization that volunteered or agreed to host on a server all the tower lists from all the providers and make it accessible with law enforcement, understanding that it's proprietary. So it's their private data, can only be used for law enforcement purposes.
Let's move on. Were you asked to review records related to the cell phone number 502-240-8204
Yes.
in relation to this case?
Yes.
All right. If you could explain your analysis.
Yes. Can I use this so I can not turn around?
Yes.
Bad neck by the end of the day. Yeah, so this is a map depicting, I typically put the time frame, the date and time at the top of each slide to show you the range of records I looked at. So if you see times, that's the only cellular activity that happened in that time frame. So from 12 p.m. on November 11th to midnight that night, this phone used the cellular network, and this was a T-Mobile phone at the times you see here. Now, one caveat to this slide is that T-Mobile at this time had what we call a switch pooling issue. So their times might be in a different time zone. So these times, this shows what's on the records, but this time zone, these towers actually used a switch that was located in Nashville. So they're actually central time that you see up here. So if to understand the exact time, you would need to add an hour. to the times you see. But those times are the times that this phone used these two cell towers. And I say two for this reason. The cell tower, or that dot right under there, it's another green dot. That's one of T-Mobile's towers. So we've all seen different towers, and this one in particular is a big wire tower that's sitting in the middle of like a field. And at the top of it, it has different antennas that are set at a different orientation. So this particular antenna, T-Mobile has set one pointed 0 degrees north, one at 120 degrees, and one at 240 degrees. So what I then do is show you when you see this black kind of high wedge, that's the antenna pointing at 0 degree north. And those are the times, these times here, 251 to 252, those are the times that this phone used that 0 degree azimuth, also known as cell ID 211, which we see in the record. The phone used 213 at these times, which would be to the southwest or the 240 degree. So I am providing a map here of these pi wedges, if you will, that show where the direct orientation of that radio frequency is going from that tower that the phone used at that time.
And when you're putting together your analysis, are you able to communicate with the cell phone providers if you have questions about the interpretation of the records or things like switches and that information?
Yes, like in this case, in 2013, we were just learning about switch pooling. They didn't even provide the switch in the column at the time. Like if you look at the records that T-Mobile provided here, you don't actually see the switch in the records. You have to look up the switch in the tower. It was very complicated back then. So I did have to consult with a T-Mobile person. And at first they weren't even sure how to answer the question, but they were able to help me through it.
Right, and you talked about you described the location of the tower basically. So have you actually, you're obviously assigned to a field office in the state of Washington. Have you actually been to this community, the Norfolk community, to physically view the towers and the locations?
Yes.
Were you involved in any other way in the investigation of this case?
No.
All right. Were you also asked to examine records related to cell phone number 502-489-1096?
Yes.
If you could describe your analysis.
So very similar analysis, except now the records are from AT&T. So AT&T just slightly, it has their own network, right? Separate towers. So they kind of present their data a little bit different. They name it different. You can see the cell IDs are a little longer in those call out boxes. But for the most part, nothing changes other than I have to assess AT&T's network, specifically not T-Mobile's. So in this slide, this window is 12 a.m. to 12 p.m. on the 11th. And as you recall, the last slide was 12 p.m. That phone just didn't have the data prior to that time. This one had data from 12 a.m. to 12 p.m., which is, I was asked to, I believe it was November 11th, so like the 13th or something, I was asked to review. So in order to better understand how the phone may have moved in these time periods, you kind of have to break it down. I broke this down into several different maps so that it becomes more clear when the phone is, moved from one part of town to another potentially. So this shows just 12 a.m. on the 11th to lunchtime, noon. This phone from in the kind of early hours was, in my opinion, away from these two orange flags. And then at 7:19 to 11:46, started using the tower that would provide coverage to those residences.
Okay, so what do you mean by that? When you talk about, I guess, a home tower, is that the right terminology to use if we're referencing the tower that would typically service someone's home address?
Well, so I guess I should be, that's part of it. So one thing I'll say is part of this cell tower was being used by this phone. So this phone could have been anywhere sort of in this general vicinity where I believe this antenna would provide coverage. When I'm given particular addresses to, I'm asked, could it be there or not? My answer in this case, as at these times, this phone could have been at those locations. I can't say for sure that they were there, but that this tower would cover those addresses at these and was used at these times. A home tower, sorry, just to answer your question, the home tower is used. Remember, I talked about that pattern of analysis when you look at a phone, like not just the records, but the pattern. So I will take that into consideration in my analysis because we all use the same tower when we go to bed and then probably like when we wake up, right? You kind of got to look at when you can kind of tell, you can almost tell when someone's sleeping. Their cellular activity kind of dies down, but like that last bit of activity and then the first activity when you wake up, it's using that like home tower.
So the timing pattern of cell activity, including calls and data, is something that you use as part of your analysis.
Absolutely, as well as frequency.
Right. So I think I interrupted you. Did you complete your explanation?
Yes, just that during at 7:19 to 11:46, this phone was in that general geographic area of where this pie wedge is kind of depicting.
And that's the tower that's, I'm sorry, the tower that's closest to the current court address, correct?
It happens to be the closest one, yes. When the biggest question people have is, okay, so how far away from the tower until I start picking up another antenna, right? So for example, in this case, you have a tower here that's AT&T and a tower here, and then this next one, which this phone does eventually or used earlier in the day. So if I have a tower in that corner of the room, in that corner of the room, and I stand in the dead center, I would see them, and I have no obstruction, nothing. I would see each of those equally well. That's about 50%, right, of the distance, half the distance. You start adding obstructions and terrain, and now you might actually see one, if you move 75% away from it or a little closer to that tower, if we add obstructions, this one might be the stronger one. So when I assess how far away to look from the tower, I assess based on the other towers that are in the direction of where this antenna is providing coverage. So at some point, those other towers are going to pick up dominant coverage. I wouldn't say it's 50% because we have obstructions, we have terrain, but I would give it at least 75, 80%, right? And if I'm looking for a kid, I'm going to almost go to the next tower if I haven't found that missing person yet.
Okay, so is that one of the reasons that you go to look at the cell towers yourself as part of your analysis, is to look at obstructions, terrain, things like that?
Oh yeah, and you can also, I also looked at Google Earth profile, elevation profiles here, because if you stand out there in this area, it just looks flat. Like I have no perception of how high or low things are at that point because everything is just flat. But you go look at Google Earth and you're like, wow, there is a little incline here and there's a little decline here. So that makes more sense why this activity occurred this way.
And what other types of obstructions might exist?
Well, for example, that's why in downtown Louisville, you have so many because buildings are down there. So what they do is they dial down the power of that radio frequency. So they're not going to just, use all their power and throw it down. Like it's not going to be as high as it would like on a tower out here in a more suburban area, but buildings would affect that, right? So that's why, but then you see it built into the network because you see all the tiny dots that are accommodating for that reduced coverage.
And on to the next slide. This was analysis for that same phone number.
Yes. This is the same date, November 11th, picking up at lunchtime and going until 5 p.m. And I have to break my analysis off and I do that based on where it makes sense to, so you can break down and see the movement of the phone. So for example, if I put the whole day on here, it would be really hard to decipher when this phone moved away from their potential home address and when it did not. So in looking at this map from 12 to 5, we see at 12:37 p.m. here, and you can see it used this antenna here that's just to the northwest of where like their home is. And I'm just using the home because that was an address I was told was the home of one of the users of this phone. I'm just using that as a baseline for you to work off from to understand the movement. So I don't mean to infer that they're at the home every time. So 1237 to 1243, this phone was using this cell ID just to the northwest of these flags. So then you see a change at 1248. It's back to using this southwest sector and continues to use that sector. You can see the times here, 1257 to 246. We have some use here in that time frame. And then at 258, we have use on this eastern tower. So that indicates to me that this phone has, if someone were saying they were in that residence the whole time, I don't know if that's happening in this particular case, but like if someone was in that residence or in that area, that they would have not been in that residence at that time. It's very clear in this case that that's probably the home tower inside that residence. But I didn't go in the residence and test it. I wasn't able to do that. So at 258, then we see a 313 to 415. I stop at 415 because this phone then moves well away from this west, is it Buccal or Butchell, or how do you say that? Buchel? Okay, sorry about that. Definitely not a local. Yeah, so it moves away from this area and moves over to the west here, like potentially goes up to 264, but leaves the area and then returns at about 453. Because you'll see on the next map, the activity picks up again at 5 in that area. So we can see that movement away.
Okay, and the information that's in the boxes, like 5 SMS, 1 voice, that means 5 text messages, 1 voice call, like an actual phone call, right?
Correct. Instead of listing every time that these calls occurs, because it would be massive, I'm breaking it down to how much activity was in that time frame. So we can see that there was multiple registrations in like an hour window, for example, on that same tower.
And again, for the same phone number.
Yes. So as I had said, looking at the last slide, we now see this 5 o'clock registration. Remember that phone was coming back from the west at 4:53, I believe it was, and returns now at 5 and then ends up back at 5:05 to 11:07 using that sort of home tower. There's a 7:30 registration and then an 11:17. So those registrations, like those would tell me that potentially this person, if they were inside the residence at all time, would have left. Or I know this area there's some like Chick-fil-A up there, I think I saw, but like there's more like retail or like maybe the person went up there. I don't know, but for whatever reason, someone would leave and come back to their home, maybe a store, who knows. I then also note, I think actually I neglected to mention that on the last slide, but anytime I have multiple numbers I'm given, I'll note on my map when they're in contact with each other. So in this case, at 328 and 348, this phone had voice contacts with the 8204, which is the pink phone that we just looked at, the T-Mobile phone. And so then if you go, and I also noted, I was asked to review how often they had been in contact with that number. And prior to this time here at 328 on the 11th, this phone had contacted that same number on the 10th at 1:30 and 1:32. That was the last contact with them prior to that. There was none in between.
Let me jump back to that slide that you're talking about. So that's the phone that you were given information was associated with Sheila Devon.
Yes.
That number 240-824-8204. Okay, correct. Okay, so the 5 p.m. to 11:59. Is there anything else?
Right, and so then again, in this time period, I noted contact, 1 voice, 1 SMS contact at 7:13 p.m. and 7:14 p.m. with the pink phone, the T-Mobile phone.
And then we're talking about phone number 502-714-4471.
Yes, this phone from November 11th at 12 a.m. to November 12th at 5 p.m. didn't go anywhere else but use these two towers. Now this is a Cricket network, so it's not the same cellular antenna, but the tower is located in the same location because the different providers will lease space of whoever owns that hardware, right? But this phone during this time frame used the antennas that Cricket had set up on that tower. And sorry, I was bringing that up because on Cricket now, the AT&T and T-Mobile are on the same tower. The Cricket one, I'm sorry, is just up to the northwest here. So theirs is in a different, their like strongest tower is not in the same location as the T-Mobile AT&T tower was. So I hope I didn't get confused, anyone confused there. But that tower is located here at this point, just north of these two flags. And that phone, I mean, primarily used this tower to the southeast, but there were specific times denoted here at 2:30, but you can see them here where this phone used the other sector, the southwest. So potentially leaving, if they were in that address the whole time, leaving at those moments.
Okay, but this phone stayed in that same general area during that time period, or there's no indication, no register out in any other tower?
Correct.
And again, the phone associated with Sheila Devine.
Yeah, so this is now the 12 for this pink phone from 12 a.m. to 12. The other time period, that phone didn't move from this area either, and it continues to use this same tower, 213, at these 3 times for these 3 voice calls. Now, one thing to note about T-Mobile is they still don't, but they did not maintain cell site information for text messaging back then. They would tell you that they had a text, like a bill would tell you, but they didn't keep the cell site information because it's too big. It's like data they had to store, and they would just purge it. Like, I think they say you can maybe get it like at day 2 or 3, but that's it. So while this call had 3 voice calls, there was some SMS. Now the SMS, those are all on Pacific time. T-Mobile is like our biggest headache, but those are all on Pacific time. So you have to add 3 hours. And that's something that I learned recently because back then they did not have these sheets, the explanation sheets they sent with it. They didn't because they didn't keep the switch on there. So that's something I actually learned recently, but that this is actually Pacific time, the text messages.
Okay, so the time of the text messages, you don't get any location information from that. So you're basing the location information solely on the voice calls with this particular number.
Yes, ma'am, which were limited. Mm-hmm.
Okay. So the voice calls indicate that based on the voice calls and the times they registered, that phone never left that general geographic location during that time period.
That is correct.
All right, and on to, again, the phone associated with the defendant, Guy Allen, for the time period of November 12th from midnight to noon.
Yeah, so at midnight, the phone, the first registration we see on the slide is at 12:10 a.m. And actually until 12:07 p.m., that phone is using that tower that provides service to the residences there. Now at 12:18 p.m., so right after kind of lunchtime, this phone leaves that area. You can see it travels sort of to the northwest again. And then we see this 12:50 p.m. registration and 12:52 down here to the south. And then a return at 1 p.m. to that sort of home tower. Then it'll let later on that, and it remains on that tower through the evening. But at 11:03 and 11:05, we have some other registrations, sort of not the home tower, but still in that general neighborhood.
Okay, so let me walk through. So at 12:31 p.m., which is just after noon on November 12th, your analysis indicates that that phone was not in the area of Kern Court, but at the area at the top of the map, or in the area of the tower that's located at the top of the map.
Up in this area, correct.
Okay, and at 12:26 p.m., there's information that registered to show that the phone was in that area.
Correct.
All right. And at 12:18 p.m., where does it register?
This tower that's sort of near the airport.
Okay. So are those towers all along 264?
Yes.
And at 12:50 p.m.,
Right down here, southwest, the residences. And it says Newburgh neighborhood.
okay. And at 12:52 p.m.,
Same tower, but just a different sector, typically consistent of someone maybe driving along or past, potentially.
okay. Now between midnight or 12:10 a.m. and 12:07 p.m., what activity are we seeing on the home tower that services the home address of the current court address?
12:10 in the morning, AM, until 12:07, we see 45 text messages and 27 voice calls. So quite a lot of activity. And it uses any number of these cell IDs. Now, I should take the time to explain why there's 4 there and they're all pointed the same way. So think of like a parking lot, right? So you can just put one level of parking lot. Well, as soon as you get busier and you get more people trying to come to court, for example, we got to add another level, right? So we keep adding levels. That's similar to the cellular providers. So they'll put an antenna out there that projects a frequency out into that general area. Well, as soon as their resources, there's more customers, they need to add more frequencies. So they'll add what we call provider levels. So there's multiple antennas that are directed in that direction. And those are all the numbers you see here. But they were all used in that time frame, and they all provide coverage to the southwest of that tower.
All right. And on November 12th, between 5 p.m. and 6:30 p.m.
So,
And this is the phone associated with Eugene Mitchell.
yes, as you recall that last slide, where we showed the cricket phone, these blue pie wedges, it had been at that general area of those 2 residences for, I think it was 12 a.m. on the 11th until 5 p.m. On the 12th. So I pick up here because at 5:04, this phone now is using a tower in downtown Louisville. It kind of appears to stay down there by doing 5 voice calls from 5:13 to 6:10, and then again at 6:26. So in the 5 to 6:30 window, this phone is using resources downtown Louisville.
All right. And again, the phone associated with Eugene Mitchell on November 12th between 7 p.m. and midnight, or 11:59 p.m. Sorry.
Correct. From 6:30 to 7, there was no activity, but then at 7 to 11:30, and then the 7:32 registration, the phone is now using resources down near the Kern Court and Norbert addresses.
All right. In 2013, was GPS information available from cell phone providers?
Prospective was, yes.
What do you mean by that?
So if I was looking for someone, I could write a warrant to GPS track their phone and get a lat long. It's not really GPS satellite fix, but it would be like a triangulation of where the phone was. But you do that in real time.
So lat long, do you need latitude and longitude for a location?
Yes.
Okay. So that's something you talked about when you're, for example, tracking a fugitive or a missing person. You could do it in real time in 2013.
Yes.
But could you get the historical GPS information like we're talking about in 2013?
No, some providers will store a historical lat long, but it's perishable. It goes away really fast. T-Mobile and Cricket did not, and I don't believe AT&T did in this market.
Have you ever obtained actual location information from a Cellbrite download?
Yes.
All right. So are you familiar with that type of information?
Yes, limited, but I have seen it, yes.
All right. Were you provided any location information from cell phone downloads in this particular case, or asked to review any?
No, I didn't see it.
Would you rely, in doing this type of analysis, would you rely more on the cellular data from the cell phone records or from a Cellbrite download?
For cell towers, I would rely more heavily on what's coming from the provider.
Okay, can you explain to the jury why?
Well, the provider is keeping track of you, not only to charge you, but also to find you again when you need resources. So their data is very accurate. Like sometimes I've seen cell sites in a Cellbrite dump that's not necessarily the right timestamp, for example. And so that's hard to ascertain at times. Now, sometimes in a download, I have seen like a Snapchat where you got location in there. That's good stuff. But like actual cellular information in a Cellbrite download, I would rely far more heavily on what I'm getting from T-Mobile, for example.
Okay. All right. Agent Banks, I think that's all the questions that I have for you. Yes.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a break. It is now 2:45. If you'll be back in front of the courtroom at 3 o'clock.
All right, Frederick.
Thank you. You all may be seated. Does anyone have anything to report to the court? All right. You all may continue.
Agent Banks, I have no questions for you. Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. May this witness be excused.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you. Thank you. All right. Next witness for the Commonwealth.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth calls Megan Brown.
Good afternoon. Before you have a seat, if you would please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give will be the truth and the whole truth? I do. Thank you. Please have a seat. You can leave your mask on or take it off while you're testifying. Just lean into the microphone so everyone in the courtroom can hear you.
Yes, ma'am.
Ma'am, if you could please introduce yourself to the jury.
My name is Megan Brown,
And how are you employed?
with Louisville Metro Police Department's Crime Scene Unit,
Okay, and how long have you been employed there?
over 13 years.
Okay, and I understand that you have a scene to get through, so we're going to make this very quick for you. In the case of Commonwealth versus Guy Allen, were you requested by Detective Jason Vance to collect from him buccal swabs from the defendant Guy Allen?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you collect those and transport those to the property room for?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and on what date did you do that?
That was on Tuesday, December 10th of 2013.
Okay. Thank you very much. That's all I have. Thank you.
On behalf of Mr. Allen.
No questions.
All right. Thank you, ma'am. You may be excused.
Thank you.
Sorry to keep you waiting.
Next witness.
And the Commonwealth calls Aaron Wright.
Good afternoon. If you would please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give will be the truth and the whole truth?
Yes.
Thank you. We're actually conducting testimony up there today. Our jury, we flipped our jury so that everybody can be spread out. So
Okay.
that's the jury out there in the gallery.
Out there, okay.
Yeah.
Got it.
Go ahead, Ms. Gray.
Ma'am, if you could please introduce yourself to the jury.
My name is Erin Wright.
And how are you employed?
I'm employed with the Louisville Metro Police Department Crime Scene Unit
How long have you been a technician with CSU?
since April of 2010.
Okay, I understand that you have a scene to get to, so I'm going to make this very quick for you. Were you asked to collect or were you asked to pick up certain pieces of evidence in relation to the case Commonwealth versus Guy Marcus Allen?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you collect from Detective Gibson the sexual assault evidence collection kit, otherwise known as the rape kit?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you take that then from Detective Gibson to the property room to be stored as evidence?
Yes, I did.
Did you also collect other items from the hospital related to the victim?
Yes, I did.
And did you go to the hospital and take elimination prints from the victim?
Yes, I did.
Explain to us what that is. What does it mean when you take prints for
It's
elimination? purposes?
Elimination prints, you're taking, if you have a print, you want to rule something out, you want to get prints from people involved so that the latent print examiner can immediately look at those prints and see if those match and decide, well, do I need to look at this further? Is it just matching this person?
Okay, so if her apartment was the crime scene, would you need to get her fingerprints so that if there were any latent prints available, they could compare them and eliminate whether or not they were her prints?
Yes, ma'am, because it's reasonable to believe that her prints would be on some things.
All right, and all the items that you collected in this case, were they transported to the LMPD property room to be stored as evidence?
Yes, they were.
All right, thank you very much. I have no further questions.
Any questions on behalf of Mr. Allen?
No question.
All right. Thank you, ma'am. You may step down.
Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry to keep you
Thank
waiting. Your Honor, the Commonwealth calls Hilal Amire.
Good afternoon, sir. Hi. Before you have a seat, if you would please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give will be the truth and the whole truth? Thank you. When you're answering questions, you can leave your mask on or take it off, whatever is comfortable for you. I'm just going to ask that when you sit down, that you lean into that microphone when you're talking to the jury. Thank you.
Your Honor, may I step up and remove the other exhibits? So they're
You
on
may.
this way?
Mhm.
Okay. I'll move these for you. Get these out of your way so you can- All right, thank you. Sir, if you would, please introduce yourself to the jury.
My name is Hilal Amriya,
And where do you work?
Norfolk Liquors,
How long have you worked there?
for about 10 years.
And what's your role with that business?
Owner,
Okay. Were you the original owner of the business?
yes,
Okay. Do you actually go in and work there on most days or frequently?
pretty much every day.
Okay. Do you have other employees that work there as well?
Yes,
How many other employees?
I got 2.
Okay. So the store was open and you were working there on a regular basis back in November of 2013, right?
Yes,
Is it fair to say that you know a lot of the people that live in that neighborhood?
pretty much, yes.
Okay. Do you know the defendant, Guy Marcus Allen?
I see him sometime, yeah,
Okay. So he's someone that you knew from being in the store?
yes.
Was he someone that you had any kind of personal relationship with?
No,
I'm sorry, sir. I'm having a hard time hearing you back here, which probably means that some of the jurors are having a hard time. If you could just speak up a little more loudly than you ordinarily do.
okay.
Thank you.
All right. Did you also know an individual named Eugene Mitchell?
What's the name again?
Eugene Mitchell?
Yes, mhm,
And did you know him by the nickname Red?
yes,
Was he somebody that was in the store on a regular basis?
yes,
Okay. And did he kind of, not necessarily as an employee, but did he kind of help out there sometimes, like sweep the floors and do odd jobs for you?
yes, mhm,
A regular basis in the
yes,
liquor store?
yes.
All right. Now, it's Norfolk Liquor Store, but do you sell other convenience items like some foods and things like that?
No, just liquor and probably chips, drink,
Snacks.
and snacks.
So do people in that neighborhood kind of use it as like a convenience store to some extent?
Mm, sometimes, yes, mhm,
Do they spend time in the parking lot?
yes,
Okay, so is that kind of a meeting spot for a lot of people that live in that community?
yes, mhm,
What time did the store generally open each day?
10 o'clock,
Okay, and what time did it close?
12,
Now, the defendant Guy Allen, how did you know him? Did you know him as Marcus?
yes,
All right, now back on November 12th of 2013, do you recall LMPD detectives coming in to ask you for assistance in looking at your surveillance videos?
yes,
And did you provide them with the assistance they asked for?
yes,
And did they ask for the surveillance videos? Did they show you a picture of a woman to try to identify her?
yes,
And was that Sheila Devine?
yes,
Was she someone that you knew?
Yeah, I see her brother a couple times, 3 times, not much.
Okay. Did you know her by a name or did you just recognize
No,
her?
just by the look.
Okay. So did you talk to her on a regular basis when she was in the store or anything, or just
No.
know her as a customer?
No, just a customer.
All right. So when the detectives came in and showed you her photo, had you recalled her being in the store the night before?
Yes. Mhm.
So did you assist them in locating on your surveillance system the times that she was in the store?
Yes.
Okay. And when they requested copies of those videos, did you assist them in getting that from your system?
Yes.
And obviously, when the detectives were there and you were assisting them, you were reviewing those videos with him, right?
Yes.
Okay. And were those videos, the ones that you provided to the detectives, there weren't any alterations to the videos or anything like that? They downloaded exact copies of what was on your surveillance system,
Yes.
right?
Yes. Mhm.
The Commonwealth would mark this as Commonwealth's Exhibit 171, disc of the videos, and move to introduce and publish to the jury.
Any objection?
No, Judge.
So admitted.
Okay. I'm going to walk through a few of the surveillance clips with you and ask you to explain what we're looking at, and they'll come up on the screens behind you and on the side. Hard time seeing this. I'm going to start with this one. Can everyone see the videos okay?
I'm sorry,
Are they able to see the videos okay?
did everyone see the video? Okay.
Right. If you would, just orient us a little bit. What are we looking at here?
It's the side of the front entrance.
Okay. And are there multiple surveillance cameras located throughout your business?
But outside, just this one. Just one.
Okay, just one out front.
Yes.
And then are there also a couple inside that show different angles?
Yes.
All right. Now the timestamp that we see on the video, 23:27:05, that means 11:27 in the evening, right?
Yes.
Okay. Are the timestamps fairly accurate on your surveillance system?
Pretty much, yes.
If I could ask you for a minute, I'm gonna, if I can step up and use that pointer that's here and ask you just to orient us a little bit as far as the location of the video store.
Mhm.
So what we're looking at here, what's the actual address of the liquor store?
4308. Fagenbush.
Fagenbush. Okay, so does the front of the store face Fagenbush?
Yes.
Okay, and if you come out the front door and turn to the right, what street or what area are you headed towards?
Norfolk.
Okay, and if you come out the front door and head to the left, where are you headed?
Nowhere, pretty much. Into the parking lot.
I'm
Okay,
sorry, sir. I don't mean to fuss at you, but you need to speak up.
Okay.
Yeah,
Into
and into the microphone.
Yeah, into the parking lot.
okay. If you go out onto Fagenbush in front of the store and go to the left, is that Bardstown Road up there?
Yes, if it goes straight, yes.
Okay. All right, now do you recognize the person that's coming into that we see on the camera right now?
Yes.
And who is that?
Mr. Allen.
Okay. Do you recognize the person that's with him? The female?
No.
Move through to the next spot. Okay. Right, that person that we see there, do you recognize him from this camera angle? We have other ones that I can show you, but do you recognize who that is?
Yes. Mhm.
Who is that?
Red.
That's Red, okay. And does Red typically come and go throughout the day into the liquor store?
Yes.
All right, so the timestamp, assuming it's fairly accurate, this is about 11:30 when Marcus leaves in his vehicle, right?
Yes.
Okay, and what area of the store does this show?
This front entrance.
Okay. Is that Red?
Yes.
How was Red behaving that night? What was his demeanor like?
It's a little drunk, pretty much.
Was that the norm for him?
Yes.
And is that you in the corner on the video?
Yes.
And did Red stay in the store that evening for quite a long period of time?
Yes.
Okay, and we've seen other videos. Was he in the store earlier, around 8 o'clock with Sheila Devine?
I think so, yes.
Okay, and is that part of the information that you gave the detectives
Yes.
when they were looking for her? You pulled that up because you recalled her being in the store the night before?
Yes.
And so at some point, obviously around 11:30, Red came back, or around 11 o'clock, Red came back to the store.
Yes. Mhm.
All right, I'm going to show you a little bit later in the video and ask if you can tell me what's going on here.
Fucking drunk stuff.
Okay, so is Red being mouthy, basically?
Always, yeah.
Okay. And do you know who the other person on the video is at this point?
Yes,
Do you know his name or just know him from the store?
they call him CJ.
CJ, okay.
Yes.
Is he somebody that also knows Red?
Yes. Mhm.
And it looks like here CJ's laughing. Was there any kind of dispute between them or was it joking around?
They're just joking around. Mhm.
All right, now, do you recall when Red left the store that night?
Uh,
Did he stay until close?
yes. In a month, yes.
Okay, so here, does that timestamp say about 23:51?
Yes.
Right, and you said the liquor store typically closes about midnight.
Yes.
So are you guys trying to get it cleaned up and get ready to actually go home for the night?
Yes.
And is Red still being pretty mouthy?
Yes.
All right, shortly before you close, the two people that come in, do you know these two individuals?
Not really.
Do you recognize them from being in the store on a
Yes.
regular basis?
Yes.
Okay. And do you know how Red left that night? Did he get a ride from anybody?
I have no idea. For
Okay.
that.
So once he left the store and went outside, you didn't pay any attention?
Yeah, I didn't know.
All right, so right before midnight, is this when he finally leaves the store? Do you guys kind of have to push him out to
Yes.
get him out so you can close down?
Yes.
Okay. And do you recall, Judge, may I approach and get the
You may.
stills that we introduced earlier? Sir, I'm going to show you what we've already marked as Commonwealth's Exhibits 162, 63, 64, and 65. Are those stills from your video system?
Yes.
Okay. So again, you think the timestamps are pretty accurate?
Yes.
And that's your front entrance there?
Yes.
And just inside the store?
Yes.
And can you tell now from the camera inside the store, do you recognize the female that came in with Marcus?
No,
Is it someone that you knew or talked to on a regular basis?
no. I can see her face on there.
Okay, you can't see her face. Yeah, sorry, I'm not sure if there's an angle that's great for her face. Are you familiar with the name Tamaya Jeffrey?
What's the name again?
Tamaya Jeffrey?
No.
Do you know most of your customers by name or more just by
Just
face?
by the look, yeah, by the face.
All right, so obviously you didn't have any contact with Red after he left the store that night.
No,
All right, but he continued to come back. Did he come back the next day?
yes.
All right. And the detectives also, when they came to speak with you, they were there. Is it fair to say they came several days to talk to you, to collect videos, to talk to other people about it?
Yes. Mhm.
And you knew at that point that they were investigating the attack on Sheila Devine?
Yes.
All right, sir, I think that's all the questions that I have. Defense counsel will hopefully have some for you.
Mr. Boyd.
Good afternoon. Can you say your last name for me? Your last name?
Maria.
And Maria?
Yes.
Mr. Maria, thank you for your time this afternoon. I have a few questions for you.
No problem.
1 second to get set up. Okay, I apologize there. I'm not incredibly great in technology. I've got the same footage that Ms. Gray showed you earlier from the same surveillance footage that you provided from your store. I've just got a few more clips that I want to play, and we're going to talk about them. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, this is, let's look at this one so the jury can see. This is Eugene Mitchell in the store. Actually, I'm sorry, I need to. Here he is walking in, and this is an employee of yours, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. He reaches down there. Would that be an area of the store where you contain bottled liquor? Okay. And there's Mr. Mitchell making a purchase of what appears to be a tall can of beer. Would that be consistent with? Yes. Okay, and the timestamp on this is about At 8:19 PM.
Yes.
All right. We're going to jump ahead a little bit in time here. This is 11:04. We saw a previous view of Mr. Mitchell walking in your store. This is just another view of that. Okay, and we saw somebody that you referred to as CJ earlier. Is that right?
Yes.
And he was talking to Mr. Mitchell inside the store, correct? I believe he even purchased a beer for him there.
Yes.
This is about 11:18.
Yes.
Okay, this is a pretty small clip here. I do want to play it though. Commonwealth showed this earlier. You can see Marcus got out of the car here, walking around, opens up the door. So you did not know him. Or that's not going to give you a better shot of her face either, but that's them entering. Another short clip here. This is 11:25. Apparently I have the wrong clip there. I apologize. This is 11:38. That's Mr. Mitchell. It looks like he's animated. I'm sorry, these are coming in a little weird for you because this is some were introduced earlier today by Detective Phelps and then Miss Gray. So I'm just kind of filling in a few spots that I wanted to touch on. So they may appear a little out of context, and I apologize for that. Okay, this is 11:08 inside the store. So again, we're kind of but this is about 4 minutes after Mr. Mitchell returned to the store. Is that correct?
Yes.
familiar with either of the two women present there?
Jacket, stand by the door.
I'm sorry, sir, I couldn't hear your answer.
The one by the jacket, I mean, the one in the jacket by the door.
Just a regular employee, or I'm sorry, a regular customer.
Yes.
I know we don't have audio here. I'm sure you don't remember what was being said here.
No.
This is kind of more common Mitchell behavior.
Yes.
I believe this was one of the longer clips I've got left, so I don't think there's too much more left. Okay. Here's 11:43. You picked up 2 beer cans there. Is that Marcus there?
Yes.
Okay. Just got a couple more clips for you here. These 2 here are going to be really short. Now, we saw this couple earlier, correct?
Yes.
I can't remember if you identified them by name. Did you?
You know who they are, right?
Yeah, I know the face,
You don't know their
the
names? Okay. And here's 11:57. This is Mitchell exiting with the gentleman. Correct?
Yes.
All right, this is the last clip, and then we'll wrap it up. I think this one's about 5 minutes though, so I apologize. Only 4. All right, so here they are. They've walked in, and they've actually got bags with them at this point. They've come into the store with goods.
Yes.
Okay, so it looks like right there, you just threw some money towards her. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Can you give her a little more? So this is a little bit reverse what normally happens. This customer came in and you purchased goods from her, correct?
Yes.
Okay. All right, the video is going to end here shortly. I don't think there's 30 seconds left. We'll let it play out. But after this, you close up your shop.
Yes.
Call it a day.
Yes.
All right. I have no further question. Thank you very much. Your Honor, I will count up my exhibits and move to admit those into evidence. I apologize. I did not do a note.
All right, any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Any further questions, Ms. Gray?
No, Your Honor.
All right, may this witness be excused?
Yes.
All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Sorry to keep you waiting too long. May we approach, Your Honor?
Mhm. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the Commonwealth anticipates, calling, I was going to say filing, calling one additional witness in their case, but he is not available until next week. So we are going to begin to hear proof from Mr. Allen if the defendant has any proof that he wants to put on starting tomorrow, but we are finished for today. We will start at 9 o'clock tomorrow. Please plan on being here until 6. I don't know that we'll necessarily go that long, but please plan on being here until 6 tomorrow. And just understand that we're taking that one witness from the Commonwealth a little out of order, and so you can expect to hear from him next week. Any questions about logistics, scheduling, anything like that? Again, thank you for your hard work and attention today. We will see you back here at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Please remember the admonition.
All right.
You're fine. All right, you all may be seated.